to the tools. If it's FS talk, you know they breaking all the rules. We talk giants, we talk gears, we talk that horsepower. Late night mod drops, we got that creative power. From interviews with legends to spotlight in the new, we bring that FS fire straight from the crew to two. Living life behind the wheel with a digital twist. Ain't no button we don't press, no trend we ever miss. Updates, leaks, and future plans. We got the inside scoop, no chance for scams. This is AgriBusiness, cranking up your farm life. From the field to the feedlot, under LEDs and skylights. Mods, maps, machines, they cover it all. Porches, kings of the farming game, standing tall. It's more than a game, it's a way of thinking. Talking shop while that diesel's drinking. From tractors to combines, dirt roads to drones, they build empires from screens and microphones. With every guest that drops in for a chat, you get the real talk, no filters, just facts. A spotlight on the builders and players who grind. They got love for the fans and the farm in mind. This is AgriBusiness, cranking up your farm life. From the field to the feedlot, under LEDs and skylights. Mods, maps, machines, they cover it all. Portets, kings of the farming game, standing tall. So plug in the pod and hit that sub. Roll out in style with your farming club. No fluff, just dirt, diesel, and truth. Straight from the FS underground on coast. Great business, rocking every ride with BDD, LT side by side. Whether you plow, seed, harvest, or buy, this is the voice of the farm life.
How's it going, everybody? Welcome to the channel. This is Big Day Dave, and this is AgriBusiness Tonight, a show where we get to talk about mods, maps, and the news. I am joined here by my co-host, WillTGaming. Will, how are you doing tonight?
Oh, I'm doing just peachy.
Peachy keen, aoki dokie?
Yep.
We are also joined here tonight by Insane Sim Guy. ISG, how are you doing tonight?
Oh, fantastic. This ought to be a riot tonight.
Oh, we're going to have a good old time. But we're not just joined here by only ISG. We're also joined here by BB Mods. BB, how are you doing tonight?
I'm also doing just peachy.
Peachy keen, okie dokie. I love to hear it. Hope everybody out there is having a fantastic day so far as well. Let's go ahead and catch up with the chat here real quick. So I see Dead Calm out there and Moofa Poofa throws. We got Rail Fanning Jonah says, I didn't see the post for the stream. That's my bad. That is my bad. I have been basically AFK all day long today. Was not anticipating being gone as long as I was. I'm just glad I got here on time. To be pretty honest with you. Gary, how's it going, Gary? Hope you're having a fantastic day so far. Says, good evening, Farm Simmers. Nice. I hope, like I said, Dead Calm, Moofa Poofa, and Rail Fanning Jonah, hope you all are having a fantastic day so far. Samuel, how you doing, Sam? Hope you're having a great day as well. Says, hey, BDD. Hey, there's Sam. All right there, gentlemen. We've got a lot to talk about here tonight. You want to go ahead and get into some mods?
Oh, yeah. Do it.
Awesome.
Bring them on.
I love the enthusiasm. Let's do this. So starting off, we got Klattenhoff. Oh boy. We're going to start this one off strong. This is by Globe Flecken Design Mappy 724. Is 374.85 megabytes to download. And look at all of those required mods. Oh, 41 to be precise. Wow. I'm not going to go through all of them. I'm just not. This map at the end of the day, when trying to be what I feel is the most generous towards this map, normally the number of required mods I don't care about. That's normally, but even 41 is a bit much, even for this guy here. So at the end of the day, I gave this map a 3 out of 5. It was pretty solid for the most part. It's one of those where it was if I remember right, it was a mostly flat map. There was a little bit going on, and the actual kind of city town center area there's like just kind of a nice little build up, several farms to choose from around the map. It's just one of those just didn't necessarily hit on the cylinders for me personally. So kind of split it right down the middle, 3 out of 5. Let's start with ISG. What did you think of this one?
I'm with you as well. 3 out of 5 on this one. Way too many required mods on this map. He did have some issues that I saw that I hope he addresses, and if he does, this is definitely going to up his rating a lot. And within the farms, he has some decorations that cannot be removed by the player. Also, a bit overuse of road decals in constructible areas, preventing you from being able to repaint the ground any color that you want or any texture you want on there. But yeah, if he addresses some of that, then I could definitely see that rating increasing.
Excellent. And BB, what did you think of this one?
So I initially put down 3.5. I don't know why. I thought it had like 20 something. Makes me slightly change.
Uh-oh. Getting a little robotic there. What's going on Discord's end there?
I'm leaning in between 3 and 3.5. Again, like you guys both said, way too many required mods in my opinion. Sure. Better now?
It's coming in a little bit choppy. Let's see. Are you guys having the same issue as I am, or Will, are you able to hear him?
Yeah, he's coming in choppy.
Okay.
Yeah, he's coming in a little choppy. I can still hear him, but he's coming in a little bit choppy.
Okay. Go ahead, BB. Let's try this again.
So yeah, I was saying I initially put down 3.5, but I thought it was only 20 something mods, not 40. So I'm gonna say 3 to 3.5. It does have a lot of required mods. Although I do feel like it did have a pretty good mix of detail in the space. It wasn't like too cluttered in some of the areas, which was nice, I thought. And then, like you said, it was a pretty flat map, which is not something everybody likes. But for being a flat map, it was pretty nicely. Like the sight lines were broken up. It wasn't like too many large open areas that you could just like see straight across the map, which I thought was kind of nice. It kind of lent me to go a little higher on the rating. But yeah, the mods are way too high in my opinion, like you guys said.
And Will, what did you think?
Well, originally, before I looked and I saw and I was looking at the screenshots of the map, I was like, okay, this looks like a decent map. And then I counted the amount of required mods, and I'm like, yeah, this is getting a 1.5 star rating from me. Now, if this modder just got rid of all, like, if he had maybe 8 required mods, I would give it maybe a 4-star rating. Oh, but 41 required mods. That's a hard patch for me.
So brutal, man. So brutal.
So, as I mentioned before, I tend to kind of be on the fence when it comes to like the required mods versus, them being built into the map kind of thing. Because I was on the same side of the fence of, oh, well, if there's required mods, I hate it, don't like it. That, I used to be on that side, just really. And then I kind of reeled myself back in and said, okay, well, really, it's either you're downloading those files and you're downloading them separately, or you're downloading them with the map. But regardless, you're downloading that same amount of data to your machine. So it's just how many times are you hitting that download button to the system kind of thing. So it was one of those where I kind of railed myself back in, but after seeing this, no. I'm back on the other side of the fence of, okay, there is a limit of even my generosity when it comes to this. All right, moving on. We've got Elm Creek 25. It is by Zero Oito, 564.78 megabytes to download. This one, this was a goodie. I really enjoyed this one. I'm trying to bring up my total actual score from this one. This one was a 5 out of 5 for me. So I was not a huge fan of Elm Creek back in FS22 days. It was nice, don't get me wrong. But going through this map, doing the map tour and all that stuff, Zero Ito has a way of adding just little flares of detail to the map that really makes a map come to life, in my opinion. A lot of the kind of decorations that are around the buildings are a lot of the kind of little details that are just kind of adding those little pieces of awesomeness to the map. Look at this screenshot right here that you can see. It's the 4th screenshot in the reel here. And you can see this is towards the north side of the map. I believe this is over by where like the spinnery is in the north side of the map. And you've got kind of like this little hotel area here off to the left. You got this other building here to the right. But you don't just have the buildings. You don't just have those. You have the actual cars that are parked in the parking lot. You've got like light stands. You've got a billboard sign. You've got the nice ebbs and flows of the map itself, which, you know, came kind of naturally with the map as a kind of recreation of it. All these things put together, the additional details, the really nice kind of map that was already there from the beginning, but adding those details, adding the kind of road splines that Zero Ito does, having traffic kind of go through gas stations and go through little places that you don't normally see the traffic go to, really, again, just adds that next level. I absolutely loved it. 5 out of 5. Let's start with BB. BB, what did you think of this one?
I completely agree. 5 out of 5 from me. Like you pointed out just now, all the decorations are super unique. All the different vehicles that he puts out on the map, I really enjoyed that. It was nice to see, like, compared to some of the other old maps that got brought to 25, this feels like it's a reimagination and not just a port with all the same buildings and all the same locations and things. It was really cool seeing how they were able to work in all the base game assets still and not have any required mods and stuff like that, but still feel like familiar Elm Creek 2022, which I really liked in 22. So yeah, 5 out of 5 for me.
And that was something that you just pointed out there that just kind of reminded me of something. The fact that they used a lot of the kind of bare basic standard, and this isn't me trying to sound mean or anything, but it is the basic assets that you get from the game itself, the stuff that you get from, you know, Riverbend and stuff like that. You get those kind of assets, but because Zero Ito adds so much detail and deco and stuff around the buildings, it really makes them not feel like the bare essential, like the bare stuff that we get in the game. It's very difficult, in my opinion, for a map maker to properly utilize those introductory assets to then make it feel like it's not a part of that introductory asset. And I think that Zero Ito did a fantastic job with that as well. ISG, what do you think of this one?
I'm pretty much 100% in agreement with you guys on this. The only thing, though, is I did find some very strong technical issues that were in some parts of the map, especially in the northeast corner, the main road up there. I have a feeling what he did, he forgot to select it and choose it to be a terrain decal, because the plane you can see in spots where it's floating. And if you were to undercut the road, like you're trying to do some terrain adjustments, like height adjustments, if you're trying to lower the terrain, then that road plane stays there. Then you'll end up cutting under the road, which is not what you want to do. So, I mean, I'm giving him a 4.5 just because he's got some minor technical difficulties that need to be addressed. But other than that, excellent map, excellent use of props and everything throughout the map, all the different vehicles, just small things that he added to the buildings. Everything was just fantastic otherwise.
Absolutely. And one other piece of detail that just literally popped in my brain is on the southeast corner of the map, there's that kind of farm that's on the corner of the map there. If you look off the map itself, there's a tractor that's actually running around on the perimeter of the map and is actually doing farm work, like lifting bales and moving them around and stuff like that. When I saw that, I forget who it was that pointed it out to me. I about lost it. I was like, whoa, now that's cool. Will, what do you think of this map?
Well, compared to the other one, this is fantastic. Uh, I I definitely I would definitely give this one a 5 out of 5. Now now don't get me wrong, Puma 145 makes some pretty good stuff, but I like the Zero To's Elm Creek better, if you ask me. Plus, hey, there's no required mods. Yeah.
It's already going to be
Plus,
up from there, isn't it?
plus plus also on the map too. I also like how he actually has like the warehouse put down, and there's like semi trucks parked there, like they're unloading or getting loaded. Um, and it looks like there's actually people that work there, and like the autonomous trucks that drive around the map with the cargo crates on them, the containers. I thought that
Yes.
was a pretty neat, nifty thing. So
One of those almost ran into me, which seems on par with autonomous vehicles nowadays. Oh, goodness. So, yes, the next one we have is the Wooden Tractor Set by Chris S. and Riley S. 5.42 megabytes to download. We have a starting price for these small tractors of $3,000 with a starting horsepower of 20, and there's also a wooden trailer in here for $1,500. So this is interesting, to say the least. I don't know if I necessarily want to do like a comparable, because this is one that's more deco meets farm sim kind of thing. So normally what I do is that if we get a tractor or something, I do a base game comparison as to what is available for us. And this one, yes, you could compare it to a small tractor, 20 horsepower, 3 grand, all that stuff. But because this is like kind of meant to be more of a art piece per se, I'm gonna refrain. I'm just gonna call it and just say I'm gonna refrain from giving any kind of comparables to this one. So overall, what do I think of this one? I like it in theory. I think it's kind of cool that you have this on there that you can kind of use as like a little showpiece for your farm as a means of like practical like tools in the game. Man, not so much kind of thing. So for a whopping 6 megabytes, it's not going to take up a ton of file size or anything like that. So it's going to be one of those I could see installing it for a specific kind of scenario, wanting to park it out in front of my farm or something like that. Having it just be a little bit more than just straight decoration for the farm. I think that's kind of cool, but I think for the most part, this may be a pass for me, but with the right situation, I could see downloading it for that. Let's go with ISG. ISG, what do you think of this one?
Look, you know my play style, and this fits it 100%. I'm all down for this. Especially give me the 700 horsepower version and just let me go to town.
I gotcha. And what about you, BB?
I mean, I downloaded it. I don't know if I'm actually going to use it, but it's definitely a fun tractor. I love Chris's mods. I chat with him a lot. I could say he's a friend of mine, I guess. But yeah, it's just fun. And if you're into fun, quirky things, I think this is a great mod to get. I know a lot of people don't like fun, quirky stuff, and for that, I get people don't want it, but I like it. I'm getting it.
Gotcha. Yeah, and Chris makes some really great stuff for the game here. So this one is definitely no exception. Like I said, this is going to be one of those that, you know, it's going to depend on the kind of play style that you have. If you're into like pretty much anything that's just going to make the game fun, this is going to fill those needs 1,000,000%. But if you're more the kind of, serious farmer who wants to just kind of focus on the sim side of things, well, then this probably isn't going to fill your role. Will, what do you think of this one?
Well, I mean, don't worry, so Chris Mascarella's, they do make some really really good mods. Don't get me wrong, it's not really my kind of play style though. Um, uh, the 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 one nifty thing that I will say is that on the tractor, so for the lights, I think this is absolutely hilarious. You can either have normal lights, wooden lights, or a flashlight for the front and the rear. So
As I said, the shenanigans 100% fit my play style.
So I mean, overall, what I install, as everyone knows that I do play realistically. So that is like the way that I play. There is one mod that's coming up that I'm actually very excited for, which unfortunately I wasn't able to share it in the news. I'll have to see if I go back and find it, but it's actually from BB Mods, so which we could talk about later.
Gotcha. All right, we're going to catch up with the chat here real quick. Let's see. Jonah says, that's a lot of required mods. Oh, yes, it was. 41 required mods for that map is a lot. Let's see. Jonah also says, I love the Elm Creek map. Right there with you there, bud. And also, wish me luck tomorrow. I have a big job interview. Well, good luck there, bud. Wish you nothing but the best on that one. Let's see. Moving on to the next one here, we've got the Gavile Vario Master Gold Edition 2025 by Micro GT, 14.27 megabytes to download, and it is going to start out at $259,500 and require 120 horsepower. So we do have the Gavile in base game. One of those where this is more like a anniversary edition, as best as I can tell. The special edition of the Gavile Vario Master with anniversary gold design, inspired by the 25-year company anniversary model. So this is one of those that it looks good. I'm sure it functions just fine. It's one of those that if you're a Gavile fan, then this is probably going to be right up your alley, to celebrate their 20th year of making their equipment. All fine and dandy. For me personally, I'm going to just stick with what we got here in base game. I don't need a kind of paint design so badly that I'm going to go out and spend the extra 15 megabytes to have access to this. Again, I'm sure that it functions fine, it looks good, and all that stuff, but for me personally, it's just not going to be my cup of tea. So, BB, what do you think of this one?
I agree. I feel like it's nice to have the decal, and if you really want the decal, I guess somebody might want it. Nothing against the modder. I would say this is something the Giants should probably have done. Just added the anniversary decal as a configuration option, and maybe they are. Who knows? But yeah, I'm not gonna use this. It's gonna be a pass for me personally.
ISG, what do you think?
Yeah, this is also a massive pass for me as well. Just the one in the base game works perfectly fine. This is just a reskin, and it has no use on my machine, unfortunately.
And Will?
That's gonna be a hard pass for me. I mean, it's just like what everyone said. Like, I'll just stick with the base game. I mean, congratulations on the 25 years for that, and it's awesome that it came out as a gold. And it's just like the wording that's gold. It's not really like the whole thing. But yeah, no, it'd be a pass for me.
One thing I just took note of is that, again, it says, inspired by the 25-year anniversary. It says 20 years on the side of that machine there. So either the description
would be correct.
Yeah, so either the description's wrong or the machine's wrong. Either way, something's not right there. But next one we have is the Gavile G1 F125 Silver Edition 2025, also by MicroGT, 10.88 megabytes to download. And again, I got another anniversary edition kind of Gavile bale wrapper. Basically copy and paste everything that I just said from the previous mod and apply it to this one. I'm just going to stick with the base game one. I'm going to save the near 11 megabytes for my machine and use it towards something else. ISG, what do you think of this one?
I'm right there with you. Same exact scenario, just another reskin. And yeah, no use for it. Hard pass.
And BB?
Yep, same as you and same as the previous Gavile machine.
And Will?
Just copy and paste what I said.
Copy paste over and out. And that is the last mod for, what was that? That was at the 25th. So that was Christmas Day. So after this segment, or after these kind of daily recaps, we go over what we enjoyed the most from that day. So BB, what was your favorite mod from the 25th?
I'm gonna have to say the wooden tractor and trailer set, because although I may not use it, I might, and I tend to not play too many maps. I tend to stick to one map for a long time. Doesn't help that when I'm modding, I kind of get stuck and I don't work on my save game. So yeah, I highly doubt I'll play the Elm Creek 25, even though I really like it. So I'm gonna say yeah, the tractor set is mine.
Fair enough. And ISG, what do you think? What's your favorite for?
Kind of torn between. I'm kind of torn between Elm Creek and the wooden tractor set. Tractor set I would actually use. Elm Creek is one that it's a great mod. He just needs to do some minor fixes on it, but other than that, fantastic map. I could see my crew getting back in on that one just to kind of get some nostalgia from Elm Creek from 22 back in us. But the tractor set we would probably have a heck of a lot of fun with. So that's my 2 cents on those two.
And what about you, Will?
I would definitely have to say my favorite was Elm Creek.
And I'll double down on that and say Elm Creek 25 was definitely my favorite for everything that we just said before. Great map. Map Maker did a great job on making it come to life. As ISG kind of pointed out, there was a few little issues here and there, but it doesn't seem like anything that would necessarily be outside of the realm of being able to fix. So I'm going to pick that one as my favorite. Let's see. Catching up with the chat there, we got Samuel says, new map next year, 2026. Not sure if that's a question or more of a statement there, bud, but feel free to clarify it. Ken, how's it going, Ken? Hope you're having a fantastic day so far. Says, what up, people? What up, Ken? All right, so we are caught up with the chat there. Let's go ahead and move on to the next day. This is for the 23rd. This is the Rudolph DK280W trailer. We got 25.08 megabytes to download, a starting price of $33,500, and a starting capacity of $23,000. So first off, it already fails my $1,000 per 1,000 liter test that I have for my trailers. So that one's already kind of a fail on that regard. But I do believe, now correct me, oh, what happened here? There we go. Correct me if I'm wrong, but don't we have something like this already in base game? The Rudolph? Yeah. Oh, no, we got the 280 RP in game. So what is the difference? What are you? Oh, it's the size. So the the W, the mod, is actually just a little bit bigger in its capacity there. So 23,000 for this one here, but the Rudolph DP or RP is 18,500 liters. So a little bit bigger. But taking a look, what is going to be the closest comparable for the size at 23,000 liters? That's going to put us somewhere. That's going to put us roughly at the Brantner DD24073 to XXL as a kind of closest comparable there. So that one there costs us $39,500 and has a starting configuration capacity of 22,500 liters. So right off the bat, the mod gives you an extra 500 liters, and the mod is only $33,500. So you're going to save a little bit of money, about, what was that, about $6,000, and you're going to get about 500 extra liters. Now, for 26 megabytes, hard pass. It doesn't meet the $1,000 per 1,000 liters, like I said before. It's nearly 26 megabytes. That's a high megabyte size for a trailer, and we've got something incredibly close and not that far off in price and size here in game. So for me, it's going to be a hard pass. Let's see. ISG, what do you think of this one?
I see what the modder's trying to do here. He's got some great concepts, especially with the way he did the texturing for when the trailer gets dirty and everything. That looks really good. If you look at the third picture on the mod hub, you can see what I'm talking about. You can see a lot of details on that. He did add like an auger effect for when you're dumping, and like where you can be able to dump it into other trailers or whatever, which that's fine. But for me, it's going to be a pass. There's so many options out there for trailers in the base game, as well as just other mods that would be more practical for use than what this one would be.
100%. BB, what do you think?
I'm gonna have to pretty much reflect what ISG said. It definitely is a nice mod. The wear and the dirt looks really nice. I can see the modder put a lot of work into it. The auger is a nice option. I don't know if we have anything in the base game that kind of has that kind of auger you can use to fill raised equipment, like that first screenshot filling that fertilizer spreader. Personally, I'm not going to download it. Pass for me. I don't typically download trailers. I don't play super realistic. I play, like, I would say, like boosted, like slightly unrealistic. So without having any options for, a slightly boosted capacity, or I don't typically download trailers that, have 20,000 liter capacity.
And Will, what do you think?
This is gonna be a for me. I mean, it's 26 megabytes for a trailer. So I mean, having that feature for like having like an auger to be able to like tip into like cedars and stuff like that is definitely a lot nicer, but it's not worth it for me. So it's gonna be a pass for me.
And one thing before we move on here, I want to make sure that we say this. Anytime that we come up with any sort of thing that sounds negative towards a mod, it is not a reflection of the mod or the modder or anything along those lines. Nothing that we're saying here tonight is intended to be any kind of personal slight or anything like that against things that we're talking about. Everything that is coming out to the Mod Hub, we are grateful and thankful to every single modder out there. We want to make sure that it is not misconstrued as anything less than a constructive criticism, kind of a, hey, we're noticing these things here. We just want to point them out. But other than that, again, grateful and thankful to everybody out there who puts in the hard work to bring out mods, to bring out maps. Every single one of you, we appreciate every one of you. We just don't want anything that we say here tonight to be misconstrued as something personal or, to be mean against people who are out there doing such good work for the community. So just wanted to make sure that we threw that out there. All right, moving on, we've got another map. This is called Swadheim. This is by DS Power, 529.87 megabytes to download. There are several required mods for this one, such as the feed mixing plants by DS Power, the garden plots also by DS Power, fermenter 60,000L, DS Power, the cowshed 3+0, DMI 20mm Normandy, pig shed by DMI 20mm Normandy, the Carpenter Old Pallets and Bale Storage, DS Power, liquid fertilizer herbicide production, DS Power, seed production, DS Power, Dutch Shed Pack by DMI 20mm Normandy. So going through my old notes here, I'm just trying to bring it up. Let's see, this one I gave, what did I give this one? A 4.5 out of 5. So this one, I genuinely really like this one, and this was a tough one for me because this almost got to the 5 out of 5 for me. It's got really nice hills and undulations. It's got a really nice color palette for the most part. There are definitely parts on the map where, if I remember right, specifically around like the forested areas and stuff like that, you were really starting to see like pops of color. You had like the reds and the pinks and the yellows and all this stuff kind of coming out. You can see it in the third screenshot here, in the background, where a lot of the flower colors are really starting to pop, and it's kind of giving that kind of cartoon-like vibe, that some maps will get if a lot of colors are kind of present, almost like being in a you know, a mouse cartoon, if we'll just kind of throw that out there, not to throw out any names or nothing. But no, for the most part, this was a very solid map. Really enjoyed it. There was a lot going for it. And yeah, the one of the kind of interesting features that I really liked about this map was the kind of road network on it, to where it was very much kind of delineated, especially on the PDA, of the thickness of the line was kind of the delineation of what style of road you're going on. So it made it very easy to navigate and be able to just kind of know where you're going and how to get to specific places around the map. Very much enjoyed this map. Let's start with BB. What'd you think of this one?
I liked it a lot. I looked at some of the stuff on it. I gave it a 4 out of 5. I do really like the included extra productions that are in the map. I think some of them might be tied to the required mods, but I think a lot of them are part of the actual map itself. Um, I do know my only caveat to that is there adds a lot of fill types, which can be a problem for some players. I know the base game already has close to 180. If you're using Straw Harvest and Highlands Fishing, you're bumping up over 200, and there's only 255 max for console players at least. So that is something to be kind of cautious of. If a map adds a lot of fill type, custom productions and stuff like that, you can't add other mods that have that. But I think it's nice to see that kind of included with the map. And then yeah, that's kind of my main point that I saw for it. I do like the layout a lot too. Like you said, the roads, the road network with the different kind of colors and line sizes for the different types of roads was a nice touch.
And you also point out something that's, very important to hit on there, is the amount of fill types that are on a map. Because if you are a player who loves those kind of mods that adds new fill types and stuff like that, I've been burned like this. Back on FS22, I've told this story many times, where I used to, there was one modder in particular, and I can't remember them off the top of my head, but I used to download everything of theirs, and they had all sorts of different production types. They added so many different fill types. I thought it was the coolest thing, until the one day we go out and we get the premium expansion DLC. And I go to load it up for the first time, and I'm like, none of these fill types that they're talking about that comes with the premium edition are coming through on my maps. What's going on here? I'm not seeing red beets. I'm not seeing carrots. I'm not seeing all these kind of basic, things that are supposed to be in the game. Well, then I realized it's because I had overfilled the amount of fill types that are allowed. And there you go. I'm able to load into it, but can't use any of the new productions and any of the new products and stuff. So it was definitely a little hard learning experience, but very good thing to touch up on there. BB, thank you very much for that. ISG, what do you think of this one?
I really enjoyed the layout of this map. The modder did a great job with his hills and everything on there. The road layout was pretty good. The things that I really enjoyed was his use of props, especially throughout the city and mainly that park area. That park area was just fantastic to look at and walk through. But yeah, this one right here, I gave it a 4.5 out of 5. Well earned. Would definitely test my luck on this map at some point in the future.
And Will, what do you think?
Oh, I give this one a 4.5 out of 5. I thought this was an absolutely fantastic map, all the way around. I mean, not an overwhelming amount of required mods, which isn't awful, but I personally would have given it a 5 out of 5 if there were no required mods. So So, but overall, I thought it was absolutely a fantastic map.
Gotcha. All right, next one we have is the Pottinger Nova Disc Butterfly Pack. This is by Agrar Design Austria and is 40.7 megabytes to download. We got what appears to be, three different Pottingers in here, the 730, the 810, and the 900. The 730 starts out at $27,500, required 85 horsepower, and is 7.24 meters in working width. And it goes all the way up to the 900, which is $33,800, 105 horsepower, and 8.92 meters of working width. So taking a look at this, right off the bat, I noticed that it is 40.7 megabytes. That's a lot for three separate mowers. So we're going to look at the kind of comparables here first. So let me bring that up on my end, which is here, and then go back one. Why does it do that? There we go. All right, so out of our mowers, let's see, really, because this is the kind of, the butterfly, the batwing, or whatever you want to call these things. So really kind of closest ones that we're going to have here in base game are going to be either the K brand GMD or the Samaz KDD. Those are going to be like the closest ones, but really probably the K brand because the Samaz is a little bit different. Let's see. So the K brand is $35,000 to purchase and 120 horsepower required, and is 8.3 meters in working width. So really that's going to compare really closely to the Novadisc 900. And that is $33,800 and again 8.92 meters of working width. So the Novadisc in this pack is actually just a little bit bigger, nearly, what is that, is it 0.6? Yeah, 0.6 meters in working width, bigger than the K brand in base game, and is, what is that, $1,200 cheaper. So a little bigger, a little cheaper. And then you get the other two, which are going to kind of round down the pack size there. I keep getting hung up on that 41 megabytes. Don't get me wrong, I think this looks good. I'm sure it functions well, but it's one of those that really, when everything's all said and done, 40 megabytes is going to be a little bit hard to swallow for three butterfly mowers that are really just kind of ranging the gap here. And if you want something that's kind of be symmetrical with the front unit as well, you're going to have to go get another mod for like a front mower to go along with this pack. So it's going to be even larger on the download size. When everything's said and done, I think I'm probably just going to stick with what we have here in base game, whether it's K brand, whether it's Samaz. The Samaz gets up to 9.4 meters, so you can get a little bit bigger, and you can modify, or no, you can't modify it. You have to get it with the kind of collector in the back end. So I don't know. It's one of those that I'm probably just going to stick with base game stuff, like I said, in regards to this one. But looks good. I'm sure it functions great. Let's see. ISG, what do you think?
I'm with you 100% on this one. There's so much available in base game for this. There's no need for this mod, in my opinion. I mean, props to the modder for getting it out there. Look, modders make things for what they want. They don't, sometimes it's not what everybody else wants, but it's what they want. And you know what? More power to them. If that's what they wanted to make, I'm happy for them.
100% agree with you there. Yeah, it's sometimes it's what the modder wants and doesn't matter what we in the community want, and that's totally fine. 100%. Yeah, no, I no lie detected. What do you think there, BB?
I would say the same. I'll probably pass on this and just use one of the base game ones instead. I would hope that the larger download size is because it's got a really nice model and nice dirt and wear, and I'm sure it took a lot of work. But yeah, I'm just as fine using the base game ones, and maybe it's just a small little grievance with me is I'm looking at the Nova disc. There is no front Nova disc mower. I don't know if they're still making one, if that's different. There's other Pottinger ones that look like they would match, but technically not Nova disc, and my brain says it has to be a Nova disc one if I have a Nova disc butterfly. So
Yeah, no, exactly. I'm hopeful that the same modder might be working on the kind of go along to this, but yeah, no, I'm right there with you. Is that if I'm gonna have something on the rear, I want pretty much the same on the front. or else my brain just kind of goes into sputter mode. Will, what do you think?
For me, this would be a pass. Again, it comes with 3 motors, and it is from ADA, Agri Design Austria. So you know it's going to be extremely highly detailed, like down to like the real life replica. Um, which I get. Um, and I can tell you exactly why it's so high in the megabyte storage. Um, and that's because they actually they they actually go to dealerships, they go to farms, and they actually record on what these things sound like. Um, so the way it is in real life is the way it is in game. So you'll actually hear like the wind up, like it's starting up, and you'll actually hear it start to wind up, and the blades will slowly start to go up and then get faster. And then when you wind down, you'll actually hear like it's winding down, and the blades will slowly.
Oh,
So it's there's a lot that goes into the so I can understand why it's so high, but it's gonna be a pass for me though.
oh yeah, no, 100%. It's one of those where, you know, ADA, like they definitely make some really good looking stuff. And again, this is definitely no exception. But yeah, no, it's one of those as just like a regular player myself, 41 megabytes for three, it just not going to add up for me personally. So yeah, it sounds like we're all kind of in unison there. But let's see, real quick, looking at chat there, I think I left off with Samuel says new map by Farmer Donkey. Ooh, that'll be fun. Definitely looking forward to seeing that. The Herd, how's it going, Herd? Hope you're having a fantastic day so far. It says hey BD, hey BB, wow, hey BDD. There's too many BBs in this. Hey Ken and Jonah. Let's see. We got Ken saying, what up, Herd? Let's see. Moving on. Ooh, we got a good one here. The John Deere DB120 by JHHG Modding. 49.77 megabytes to download. I can talk, I swear. $345,000 to buy. A capacity starting out at 3,500 liters and a working width of 36.5 meters and a required power of 380 horsepower. Ooh, boy. This thing is an absolute behemoth of a unit. Like I said, it is almost 37 meters wide. You're talking an absolute monster of a unit. Let's see, kind of closest comparables will be going under our, nope, wrong button. Who's got the button? Let's see, under, this is a cedar, ain't it? Cedar or planter? Planter, I was wrong, planter. Let's see, closest thing we have here in base game is going to be the Kinsey 4905 Blue Drive. This thing, in its own right, is a beast, but the John Deere here just blows it way out of the water. So the Kinsey starts at $249,500, 350 horsepower is required, and 18.2 meter working width. So again, looking at the kind of, facts here, $345,000 for the John Deere. So you're talking it's an extra $100,000 almost. The capacity here for the Kinsey is 7,068 liters compared to starting out with 3,524. So it's almost half again the amount of size to the Kinsey. So that's a pretty big cut there. But now you're talking in the size. 18.2 meter working width for the Kinsey versus 36.5. So you're talking darn near double for the John Deere in working size, and only 380 horsepower for the John Deere compared to 350 for the Kinsey. So you're talking an extra 30 horsepower required to tug this thing around. And for about $100,000 more, you are going to get almost double the unit and half the size of the capacities there. So overall, what do I think of this? 50 megabytes, that's really high. That's really high for an individual unit. But this being a planter, I'm sure JHHG Modding has done a ton of work, especially with the individual components. I'm sure that, a lot of the rockers will pop up and down and stuff like that, as we're used to seeing them do with a lot of their stuff that they work on. very highly detailed. You see some of these screenshots here with the kind of zoomed in kind of parts and components there. You can even see the wiring harnesses in some of these screenshots. It looks amazing. This one is absolutely going to be a download for me, even though it's a high megabyte size. It's a high pretty much on everything else on there. This is not going to be one of those components that you kind of use at the starting. This is what you kind of build up to over time. This is going to be like the zenith, the top of the mountaintop right here to work yourself up to. Love this one. Let's start with you, ISG. What do you think of this one?
Personally, I'd download it. This is one of those things that I would definitely use on my farms in the game, because especially when I'm doing anything that's large scale production, and because you can seed a field pretty quickly with that thing. And then the other fun thing to do is take it, hook it to a large tractor, and go hit your smallest field and plant that thing in one pass and call it a day. But yeah, definitely, I'll grab that one.
100% agree with you on that one. What about you, BB? What do you think of this one?
The same. I'm gonna download it. It's can't argue it's the biggest planter in the game. It's pretty awesome being that wide. And JHHG makes really good stuff. Like you said, there's a lot of the small movable bits and the really nice textures and all the little details are always really good with their mods. So I'm definitely gonna download this one.
And Will?
No, I think you already know what I'm going to say of this one.
Oh, you kind of broke up there. What'd you say?
Love it. I said, that's what I said is you already know what I'm going to say to this. I absolutely love this. I am the biggest fan of John Deere. And I'm so happy this is out. So, love it.
There we go. Kind of figured that would be your take on it, but hey, glad it's here as well. Next one we have is Pecan Master 30,000 Heavy Duty. This is by, again, I think it's Pecan and Connect Modding LTDA, 28.14 megabytes to download, $55,000 to buy. And I just realized I still have that up. Let's see, 220 horsepower is required and a capacity of 30,000 liters. So again, looking at everything in kind of tandem here, let's find our closest comparable for our fertilizer spreader. Really kind of the closest one we're going to have because of the capacity is going to be the Strewmaster FW212 TD Profi. That's going to start you out at $92,000, 15,600 liters. So this is significantly larger. Now it doesn't say working with, but we'll have to kind of go from there. Now let's see. It does say lime can be used in this one. So is this, I presume, lime and fertilizer spreader? Okay. So taking a look at this. What's that?
Oh, I was just gonna say that it's lime, soft fertilizer, and manure.
Ooh, so it's a triple whammy. Very nice. So when taking a look at the Strewmaster here, 15,600 liters for the Strewmaster. The mod is 30,000, so it's almost double the amount of capacity that you have from the mod. Then you look at the price. Price for the Strewmaster is 92,000. This is 55,000. So right off the bat, you're going to be saving almost 40 grand right off the bat for this one. And a required horsepower for the Strewmaster actually isn't listed. Let me see if I click into it. Is it here? No. So it doesn't list a required horsepower for the Strewmaster, but it's only 220 horsepower. It does, both of them do lime and fertilizer minimum, but the mod also, according to Will, does manure as well. So all that being said, for 29 megabytes, when everything's said and done, highly detailed. Connect modding again does really good work, does really good detail, and also has different configurations. You can see how it has both the thrower and the kind of drop mechanism on them. I think this is pretty cool. You can save some money, get bigger capacities. Yeah, I'm going to download this one. Absolutely. Let's start with you, BB. What do you think?
Oh, I agree totally. I don't know why. Something about like the visual of this one just looks different and unique to me, even though it's still just a a tank with wheels, right? But I really like it. Looks a little different in my opinion. It's got pretty good capacity and stuff for the price, and the fact that it does the manure too is also a super cool bonus. And then it has that like the lime cover, like that spreader kind of cover is a nice touch. Because I don't remember if we have anything. I know there's one of the ones in the mod in the Plains and Prairies pack has that, but I don't know if we've seen anything really other mods or base game that kind of has that configuration, which is nice.
100%. ISG, what do you think?
Oh, I would absolutely download this. And like BB was saying about the aesthetics of it and everything, spot on. I like it. It's something that would fit within like the realm of like a vintage farm, because it does look like it's a little bit older piece of equipment, and I would be okay with that. Price and capacity are spot on, exactly what we need.
And Will?
Oh, I absolutely love this mod. Yeah, I actually had it. I actually have it installed. Um, the one thing I do like about it though is how it has like the booms in the back for the lime. Because because you can use this without the lime, and it just spreads it. With that particular boom though, it drops it down, so it's like a direct drop. So it's more precise. So
Absolutely. All right, next one we have is the, click on it, there we go, the Pecan GNDM52, also by Pecan and Connect Modding LTDA. This is a disc harrow for $15,500, 4.9 meter working width, and 140 horsepower required. So again, taking a look at what we have here in base game for disc harrows. Let me find them. Where are you? Disc harrows. And we're talking, what was it, 4.9 meter working width, so that's going to put us in the Unia Aries XL category here. $21,000 to purchase this, 4.5 meter working width, and 150 horsepower is required. So compared to the mod, $21,000, the Pecan is $15,500, so you're going to be saving a little bit over $5,000 for this one. Not too shabby. 4.9 meter working width for the mod compared to 4.5. So you're going to be gaining about 0.4 meters and 140 horsepower required for the mod versus 150. So you're going to need 10 less horsepower for this mod. And for only 15 megabytes, I mean, really, I'd say download this one. Absolutely. Especially if disc arrows are your thing. This has got a unique mechanism to tow and to actually utilize it. You can see when you're towing it, you're basically on the long side of the actual mechanism. When you're actually using it, it's kind of goes horizontally. I think that's kind of cool. It's a nice little setup, and overall, just something that's really unique. What's that?
you skipped over one.
What?
You skipped over one.
How dare I? We'll get back to it here in just a second. Let's see. ISG, what do you think of this one?
This one, I'm not particularly one to use disc arrows because a lot of times they require astronomical amounts of power to use. This one right here, I do kind of like the look of it. I would be willing to give it a shot, especially on like a smaller size field. But for your larger fields, there are much better options out there.
Totally agree. Baby, what do you think?
I'm gonna download this one. I don't use disc covers that often, and 4.9 meters isn't crazy, but I do tend to play medium fields a lot more often. And this would be nice to just have kind of in my save game if I wanted. I do really like how you pointed out the kind of different type of unfolding mechanism it uses, where you pull it from the one end and you hook up to the wide side to actually use the implement. I kind of like that better than like the kind of normal butterfly opening type machines. It's kind of unique and a little different. I think it's kind of cool.
And Will?
Um, I passed on this one. I think it's very unique. I think it's pretty awesome. But I'm also that kind of guy that prefers just to be able to hook up to a machine, fold it and unfold it, not have to like unfold it, detach, drive over, attach, use it, or bring it somewhere. detach it, go around, hook up, unfold it, go, fold it, detach it. I mean, to me, that just, I don't know. It's just, you just hook up to something, go out of the field, unfold it, and then, I don't know. That's just me personally. If you really like the brand and you like that specific disc arrow, I mean, that's here for you. That's my personal take on it.
Fair enough. All right. Now, oh, you're right. I did miss one. Holy smokes. The Pecan Master 12,000 DHBIS Precision. Again, this is a fertilizer spreader by Pecan and Connect Modding LTDA. 22.06 megabytes to download, $34,000 to buy, 100 horsepower required, and 12,000 liters capacity. So again, going back
all
to
three too.
What's that?
It does all three too.
Gotcha. So yeah, this will do the lime, fertilizer, and manure. So again, taking a look at our base here, probably closest one we're going to get to this one is, we'll go with the Amazon ZGTS 10,001. $65,000 to purchase that one, 10,000 liter working width and 42 meter working width. So we are starting out with the price point of $34,000. So you're basically cutting the price point in half almost. That's pretty nice. Going to save almost 30 grand. You're talking 100 horsepower is required for this one. The actual in-game one doesn't actually tell you a horsepower requirement. And then 12,000 liter capacity versus 10,000 liters from the base game. So overall, you're talking for 23 megabytes, $34,000 is going to be the price point, but you're going to be saving darn near 30 grand and going to get 2 grand more in capacity. And you get the different fill types, pretty much the same as the last one. Yeah, I'm going to install this one. Absolutely. BB, what do you think of this one?
I'm actually going to pass on this one as much as I enjoy the other pecan spreader we got here. I feel like I'm more likely to use the heavy duty one, and even though it costs more and probably has a bigger working width than this precision one, I'll probably just use like a regular 3-point mounted fertilizer spreader for a smaller setup, and then just go straight to the heavy duty Pecan Master 30,000. So yeah, I'll probably pass on this one.
Fair enough. ISG, what do you think?
I'm with BB on this one. The larger one has much more use than what this one would. This one right here, it'd be very limited on what you're using it for because of capacity and everything, especially with the horsepower of only being 100. I mean, yes, you can hook it up to all kinds of different tractors, but the other one, the larger capacity, you're going to be able to get a lot more work done.
And Will?
Well, this one is going to be a pass for me. I personally went for the heavy duty over this one. So, I don't know. I just think the other one looks cooler.
Fair enough. All right, next one we have is the Constructible Woodshed. This is by MA7 Studio, 17.96 megabytes to download, $1,000 to buy. I mean, number one, this is by MA7 Studios. Excellent modder here. They make some really beautiful looking mods. This, again, looks really, really sharp. This has definitely got that kind of European style to it, so it's going to fit in on very specific styles of maps. Not going to be universal for most gameplays. But really, outside of that, this is an amazing mod. I would love to see more Constructibles become available to the actual mod hub. I love that this is one of a few that we're starting to see kind of roll out here. Yeah, I'm excited by this. I absolutely download this for 18 megabytes and $1,000 to buy. Yeah, sign me up. Let's see. ISG, what do you think of this one?
I like what they're going with on this. The style of it is definitely European, not something you would find on my maps or on any farms that I'm making. But as long as the spacing in each of the entries there are sufficient for various pieces of equipment, I could see this being utilized greatly. The only problem I have is there's no indication of what materials are required or what quantities of materials are required to construct this. So this is going to be a pass for me just because, in fact, I'm not going to use it, but I do appreciate what they're doing with it.
And BB, what do you think?
I'm gonna mirror what ISG is going. I typically play US maps, so I don't see me using this personally on any of my save games. However, I am super excited to see more constructibles coming. It's a cool system that was added with 25 that I think is really underutilized. But like ISG said, the caveat being it's only $1,000, but at least the base game constructibles are crazy expensive once you supply all the materials and not that useful. This actually is pretty useful as far as a building goes compared to some of the base game ones it is. So assuming the constructible costs aren't too bad, I think this is a great mod.
I couldn't agree with you more. What do you think there, Will?
Well, it's like what I've stated before. That we need more constructible game, and I think this is just adds to the great selection. I mean, if I was playing on a European style map, then I would 100% install this. It definitely doesn't give me the whole vibe of American style, and that's mainly what I play on. And there are some like American style ones that I will play on. I mean European styles, but I mainly play American than anything. So I mean, it's gonna be a pass. But if I were to play on a European map, then I would install it. And this by MA7 Studio. So
Gotcha. All right. Next one we have is the AgriSpool map. This is by Ito, 93.89 megabytes to download. And we've got ourselves a little European map here. If I remember correctly, and I'm going to confirm this just really quickly. Let's see, the AgriSpool. This is... Let's see, I gave this a 4 out of 5. Now, this one here, I did thoroughly enjoy. The color palette, nice and toned down. The hills and undulations, very nice. The kind of general layout of the map itself was just overall very nice. For the most part, you've got really larger fields. You do got a decent selection of different sizes and all that stuff, but for the most part, you got your good medium to large size fields for the most part. It's just a nice little setup of a map. You've got kind of the central located main kind of town center here towards the north middle of the map. And then you got a few little outcropping areas throughout it, but it was very nice. Now, the one thing that did kind of catch me off guard, there was definitely going to need to be an update on this particular map. Reason being is that the traffic splines and things along those lines, I believe, were kind of janky, is probably the best way that I can put it. When I was driving around the map, during my initial walkthrough, I ended up getting sideswiped by a vehicle that had no business sideswiping me. And what I mean by that is you got traffic there that will not stop when it's coming out of like an intersection along those kind of things. Not a big deal. But this one, I'm driving down a straight lane with no turns in sight. And what happened was that during certain parts of the traffic spline, the cars will turn around, like in the middle of the road. And in this particular case, I'm driving through and all of a sudden this car turns in the middle of the road, does basically a U-turn in the road, and I go flying across the, the hills there. So yeah, things like that, little tweaks here, little tweaks there, but for the most part, I think this has got a very solid base and definitely a lot to work with here. Let's start with you, ISG. What do you think of this one?
Where to begin on this one? So this one right here, one of the main things I noticed was there's a lot of terrain smoothing that needs to be done to make some of these fields workable. Because there's say field number 32, for instance, has a dip right alongside the road. It's in the field itself, which would make to where when you go to harvest that with any type of a large grain header, it's just going to miss a lot of material. You're going to have to come at it from various angles over and over to finally get that. So yeah, this one here, I'm giving it a 2.5 mainly because of that, and just overall, the town area was great, but once you get outside of that, it's just wide open, massive fields. There's not a lot of character to the map outside of the town.
Gotcha. And BB, what do you think?
I put down 3.5 for this one. Uh, I didn't actually get in the game and see it like ISG pointed out, but I do feel like the last point he pointed out, the town seemed really nice and detailed, but the rest of the map was a little more lacking in some spots. I did really like the town. The town was really nice, and the hilly terrain is super nice. It needs to get worked on a little bit, like ISG said, would be nice. I didn't notice that part, but yeah, 3.5 for me.
And Will, what do you think?
Well, for this one, I would probably give it maybe a 3.5, heading toward the 4. Um, it, it looks like an okay map, especially a smaller size map. So I mean, if you're only playing on huge, like on a huge map, like Alma, Missouri, for prime example, um, even though they're two separate regions, um, then this would be a map for you. Uh, the one thing I do like about it, and I say it almost every single time when it pops up, no required mods. Uh, the uh, um, I mean, I personally wouldn't play on it, but yeah, I would definitely give it a 3.5, heading toward the 4.
Gotcha. All right, catching up with the chat there real quick. We got Dead Calm says a planter that size might take a lunch at the 3/4 mark or 3/4 waypoint on a 4x map and not worry about being 70 years old by the end. Oh yeah, no, you'll be able to get through even a 4x map relatively quickly with that planter. Let's see. Ken with a 21-month member chat says, belated Merry Christmas to everyone. Merry Christmas to you as well, Ken. Hope everybody had a fantastic Christmas over the past couple of days here. Let's see. Samuel says, I'm out. Bye, y'all. All right, Samuel, you have yourself a fantastic rest of your day. You take care, and we'll see you again next time. Also says, Happy New Year's 2025 to 2026. Absolutely. Everybody have a fantastic New Year's coming up here. We got Ken says later to Sam, and that is it. So let's go ahead and move on to the next one here, the Pig Food Production. This is by Truck Team, 2.23 megabytes to download, and $25,000 to buy. So we got ourselves a little production point here. I did not catch any of the actual production, like the actual recipes and stuff like that. But my guess being is that this is going to have the typical kind of pig food productions, requiring like a root crop and your grains and like all the sorts of different components there. If that's the case, and this is kind of like the quote unquote standard kind of pig feed production, then for less than 3 megabytes, if you're looking for pig feed, hey, why not? This would be a decent option for you. And you're talking for 25 grand. That's not that bad either. So yeah, overall, I'd go ahead and get this. Let's see, BB, what do you think of this one?
Yeah, I like this one. I'll probably end up downloading it and keeping it in my mod folder. I can't say specifically I'll put it on my map right now, but I do like having some of these smaller food productions and stuff like that available. And this seems to fit right what I would be looking for if I was looking for pig food. I'm not currently playing pigs on my save game, but I keep this on in my folder.
ISG, what do you think?
This is definitely one I would probably use, just because the fact sometimes it's a royal pain to get the ratios proper for pig food, and having something that'll do everything for you is nice. In fact, I just loaded up a game with it on there. I was taking a look, see what all it requires, and yeah, it's pretty standard. Does a really high output. We're talking 312 cycles per month at 2650 per cycle. Yeah, so yeah, you'll definitely produce some pig food pretty quickly with this thing. So yeah, I would definitely get this.
And Will?
Well, I mean, if you love doing pigs, and see, I could see this someone using this on like if they had a pig farm, but it was smaller, like it wasn't a massive like you wouldn't be using like Schultz modding, uh, uh, pig husbandry that holds over 1,000 pigs. Like you would not be using this for that. You'd be using this for like more like 30, 40 pigs. So I mean, if you love doing pigs, you're running a small pig farm. This is gonna be right up your alley. For me personally, it's gonna be.
And one other thing I like to point out with this one too is it's got a nice kind of compacted footprint as well. So if you're running a tight, compact farm, this will be like a good fit for a lot of different, even a larger farm, just tucking away in a corner somewhere on a farm. I think this will be a nice little addition to your farm if you're doing pigs. But yeah, I like the way it's kind of set up and how it's like nice and very small of a footprint. It's not like I think it's DS Power is an example where it's got the large mixing bin in the front, very elongated and just has a much wider footprint compared to this one. So definitely a plus in my book. Real quick, we got Rail Fanning Jonah with a $1.99 super chat. Says, happy early New Year's, everyone. Thank you so much, Jonah, for the super chat. Greatly appreciate it. And moving on to the next one. This is Tillamook, Oregon. This is by Nuclear Salmon and the Shanty Boys. 48.6 megabytes to download. And for this one, let's see. Tillamook. Love the cheese, by the way. Let's see. This one here, I gave a 3.5 out of 5. Oh, this was nice. So this one here, the kind of main thoroughfare is basically right down the center. You got a basically main road that cuts from the north to the south, and that's your kind of main drive. Everything kind of branches out from there. The color palette, nice and toned down. Really like that. Makes it feel a little bit more natural. Hills and undulations, for the most part, are kind of lacking on this map. There's not a lot going on. It's mostly flat towards the basically 3/4 of the map, with everything at the exception of the northeast. In the northeast, where your starting farm is, it's basically surrounded by forest. I thought it was a very interesting kind of setup and layout for the starting farm, being tucked way off the beaten path into the forest. I thought that was kind of cool. You're able to kind of grow and build out from there and actually reclaim some of the land and some of the forest to make your farm bigger and bigger. But the main farm itself is kind of built on top of this little plateau. So it's going to be one of those that you're going to have to work with the kind of alteration tools, like the landscaping tools and stuff like that, to be able to really kind of make the farm kind of functional with building it out and stuff like that. So overall, like I said, really liked it. 3.5, a little bit above average. Definitely go check it out if you're big into farming or forestry. It's got a good deal of both of them. Let's see. ISG, what do you think of this one?
Oh, where to begin on this one? Looking at this one from a map maker standpoint, there's a lot wrong with it. At the same time, they did get some things right, but there's way more that's wrong than what was right. When you look at your forested areas in the map, they used one tree and one tree only, and it is just the same thing all over the map. It is like literally the highest growth stage of spruce throughout the entire map. There was no undergrowth in their forests. Production sites were just sitting out there on a field of painted asphalt, just like they were randomly placed. I'm like, there was no character whatsoever in those areas. I mean, the map maker, I feel as though this may have been their first map, and this was a learning experience for them. And I get that. I've been there. But at the same time, don't really want to say it like this, but it seems as though they were just out there just throwing things down. And once they got it where it looked like a map, they were like, okay, I'm good. But like, I don't want to go there with that. But I mean, I give them props for making the effort. Personally, I'm giving this one a 2 out of 5 with some updates and some corrections. I think this could be a good map if they could get everything looking a lot better.
It's kind of that I call it the plunk kind of thing, where things are just kind of put out in the middle of a kind of open expanse, and then it's just boop, it's kind of there kind of thing. I 100% understand and agree with what you're saying with that. The one thing I will say that does give it a little bit of leeway in my book is the simple fact that you're able to own the property that those buildings sit on. And because of that, you are able to kind of doll up the area, kind of dress it up as you see fit at that point. So it's one of those that it's kind of six and one half dozen the other, depending on your style of gameplay. If you prefer a map to kind of be fully fleshed out and designed out and have the deco and all that stuff, kind of like what we discussed earlier with the Zero Edo, then this is probably not going to be one for you. You're going to have to sit there and really kind of dress up and doll up the map for the most part. BB, what do you think?
I gave this one a 3. Similar points to Insane Sim guy pointed out. Um, I'm not a map maker, but I kind of see where he's coming from for sure. Some of the things I noted was the town area did seem pretty sparse, and it might be somewhat true to real life, and it might just be a kind of big flat area that has some buildings on it. But I feel like a lot of people in farm sim expect a little more, at least. A little more textures to the roads and stuff like that. If I recall correctly, all the roads are just asphalt or straight painted gravel. There's some road decals, I guess, but I recall seeing a lot of just basic painted terrain, you know, ground types. The other small things that I kind of didn't like about it was that field in the southwest corner, field number 3. It's like the really weird shaped field. Just seems like a giant pain to mess with. I think that should probably have been split up in a couple different fields. Um, but I gave it a 3 because I feel like it does have some good bones to start with. If I like kind of the smaller quantity, medium sized fields. This says it has 15 fields, which is kind of I like doing. You know, I don't typically play maps that have a billion tiny fields I have to buy and possibly plow together, or worry about having 20 different harvest fields to go on at a time. So I kind of like that about this map. So that's kind of what pumped up a little bit in my eyes.
And Will?
Well, I I personally gave this map a 3.5. Um, I I will agree. It definitely looked like he used one particular tree and just placed it down. That I will say. It is nice that you can own the entire farmland, so you can spruce up your farm, which I think is great. Um, this is mainly aimed for like dairy work, like the way the farm is all set up. So, I mean, if you're not huge into like dairy, I mean, you can still play the map, but you're gonna delete everything basically. But if you love doing dairy work, like myself, this would be a good map. But it's it's just not really a map that I would personally play on. So
Fair enough. All right, next one we have is the Wood Biogas. This is by Westfalen Modding and is 9.56 megabytes to download, $50,000 to purchase. And we've got our inputs of silage manure, liquid manure, aka slurry, and sugar beets cuts. So typical inputs and also typical outputs, electrical charge, methane, and digestate. Overall, you've got a BGA that's a little bit dolled up. It's going out for a night on the town here. Got the little nice wooden slats along the outside. And, I mean, overall, it looks pretty nice. I mean, really, it's just something that you're not used to seeing here on Farm Sim, having this kind of a design structure. I don't know how true to life something like this would be, but I'm down with it. You're talking less than 10 megabytes to download it, and you've got yourself a little placeable biogas for 50 grand. Yeah, why not? I'll download it. Why not? Let's see, BB, what do you think?
I'll download it. I like it a lot. It seems like it's a nice option if you have a small farm that has other wooden sheds that this would match nice. I do like to put down small biogas plants on my saves. There's a couple other on the mod hub at this point. But yeah, it's nice to have them as a small option instead of the like giant ones, like the base game ones or some of the big mod ones that are like 5,000 or $1 million. It's nice to have a small one that you can place down. And like I said, since it matches, those wooden sheds, or if that's your kind of your style, I like it.
ISG, what do you think?
Oh, I absolutely love the aesthetic of this. That, along with the size, perfect for a small, medium farm and cost effective for a biogas compared to anything that you can buy base game. This is definitely something I would get.
And Will?
Well, it definitely has. It definitely has a very unique look to it. I will state that. Because it's wooden. It's not like metal like the rest of the biogas plants are. So that definitely struck my eye. But I mean, I don't really use biogas plants. I don't really use them that much. Um, if you're running like a small farm and you definitely want one of these, I would definitely recommend it. So, but for me, if you have gas,
All right, the next one we have is the Lizard Shortwood Trailer Pack. This is by H.O. Forst and Fasugbao, 20.24 megabytes to download. We've got the Lizard Tandem for $25,000, the Lizard Tridem for $28,000. So, a couple of options for this particular one. So, essentially, a 4-wheel design or a 6-wheel design. You got the Tandem and Tridem. Overall, I mean, if you're into forestry, this is going to be a nice little addition for you. They do kind of, stack together and kind of, trailer to one another. So that's really nice, being able to kind of have a kind of stackable wood trailer set. It's really nice. It looks like it can come in basically any of the color palettes that you have available to you. Overall, it's a nice little mod. I'm not huge into forestry, so I'm not going to go rushing out to download this, but if the need arises for me to have a different set of wood trailers on my farm, why not? Why not? Definitely nothing about this is disqualifying. The file size is, a little bit high of normal is probably the best way I can put it. But and for $25,000 and $28,000 each, it's not that bad. So yeah, nothing about this is too disqualifying outside of whether or not you're into forestry or not. Let's see, ISG, what do you think of this one?
This is one I would take a pass on. Number one, I completely suck at trying to load these trailers in game, but there are some people out there that are masters at this, and I could definitely see this as being something that they might want, especially with the customization of the colors and everything. Yeah, it's got its uses, just not for me.
I completely understand where you're coming from there. Me personally, I am absolute trash at loading this kind of stuff. It's one of those that I become in utter amazement whenever I see somebody who's actually good at doing stuff like this. I've called him out several times before, but Doc from FAFO Logging, holy smokes, that man is an absolute wizard. You want to see somebody who's just insane when it comes to being able to load up these kind of trailers, do this kind of forestry work, go check out his channel because wow, insane. BB, what do you think?
This one gets a download for me. I'm not big into forestry either, but I have done some of it. I'm okay at it. I feel like when I do the crane stuff, I do like this one. I feel kind of different than other log trailers. Wheels are kind of like in the middle of the trailer, which I would think would make it a little more maneuverable, easier to kind of make tight turns with, since the wheels aren't all the way back. So I feel like I might not have a need for it right now, but it'd be nice to have available if I were to do some logging. I'm definitely gonna look at using this one.
And Will?
well, as y'all know, I hate logging. I actually have a friend that I play with farms him, and he's never done logging in his life, and yet for some odd reason, he's a master at it. So, this would probably be more up his alley, not really mine. Um, Also, there's another YouTuber um, called the Sim Farmer. sim farmer. And he's pretty good at logging it too. So, but yeah, no, it is by HR Force, so you know that it's going to be really good, but it's going to be a hard patch for me though.
All right, the next one we have is the Brazilian Cow Barn. This is by Lost Gamer and DH Modding, 7.85 megabytes to download. And we got ourselves a cow barn with standard capacity of 2,000 cows for only 50 grand. I'm not even going to bother to look at a comparison to this because there is nothing that comes anywhere close, whether it's price, whether it's animal capacity, nothing. So 7.85 megabytes is really good for a file size when it comes to a barn or anything like that. 50 grand is a really good price point, and 2,000 animals is an insane animal count. But the only negative that I can throw at this one is that because it's a Brazilian cow barn, it's going to fit in on your South American maps and pretty much your South American maps only. So because of that, if I'm playing on a South American map, 1,000,000% am I going to smash that download button? I cannot get it on my machine fast enough. If I'm anywhere else, it's not going to get download. So that's how I feel about this one. BB, what do you think of this one?
I agree with you. I like it a lot. It seems like it's got a really awesome capacity and good price point. I generally like to play with cow barns that are like a kind of like a full barn building instead of like the meadow type. But I'm not sure what's kind of normal with Brazilian style maps. And I've never played a Brazilian style map. So if I was going to play a Brazilian style map, I'd probably download this and check it out.
ISG?
Well, this one right here, first off, I read cow barn. I'm looking for the barn. I see a shack, see a shed. But aside from that, great capacity, great price. Definitely something I would download, especially if I was going to play on a Brazilian farm or any of the South American farms.
And Will?
Well, I do like it. It holds 2,000 cattle, and as everyone knows, I'm a huge fan of doing dairy farming. Like, I'm on one Alma save that I've been playing. I have over 10,000 cows. So I mean, this would fit up right up my alley. But my only big problem with this is I would only use this if I was playing on a South American map. South American map. So,
Now,
but great though.
one thing that I just kind of noticed in the first screenshot. Now, I don't know if this is because of how the land was terraformed or anything along that lines, but you notice that kind of bump in the terrain within the kind of cow barn space there. I don't know if this is because of the barn being placed down that it raised up the ground or anything along those lines. I don't know if they just specifically did this for the screenshots. I don't know. That's something to be concerned about for me personally. If that doesn't actually like just place it down flat kind of thing for some reason. So yeah, just want to point that out. Also want to point out that, this is technically labeled as a barn, but this does look like it takes water as well. So it's not going to be like your standard barn where, it's supplied with water. It looks like you're going to have to supply it yourself.
Yeah. So back to what you were talking about, as far as the terrain on there, it looks as though they had placed something else in that area and then deleted it and then put this down. And they just didn't adjust the terrain after they were in between the removal and the placing of this. It could also be that in the files for this, there's a leveling area set that you have to set up. They may not have had that properly set. It just may need some adjusting.
Gotcha. Yeah, hopefully nothing's wrong with it. It just lays it all out level and flat, no big deal. But yeah, it's did I miss anybody with this before we move on? I don't think I did. Nope. All right, moving on. We've got the small greenhouse. This is by Lucas FL, 1.16 megabytes to download, $5,000 to buy. And we got ourselves a small greenhouse. Now, it does look like it takes other things, so not just water, but also fertilizer, manure, and seeds are also inputs for this one as well. So overall, looks pretty decent. I do like the kind of overall foil look of it. For less than 2 megabytes, yeah, why not? Definitely something I like is the ability to add additional products if it also increases the amount of output for those who use the kind of base game production points and stuff like that, specifically greenhouses. They're dirt slow. They're absolutely dirt slow. Even the larger ones, they take forever to produce anything. So my hope is that if you're bringing extra materials, that you're going to get extra product for the effort. So if that's the case, hey, for perfect, love it. If not, then yeah, that's going to be kind of a swing and a miss for me. But I suspect that you're going to get a little something extra out of it. ISG, what do you think of this one?
As long as the production speeds and output are good, especially with you supplying fertilizer and manure and all and seeds and all that, which are very costly. As long as the output works out great and everything, the price point on it is, I'm okay with that. Size is perfect. Yeah, I would definitely try it out just to, see how the outputs are and see if it works for what I'm trying to do.
And BB?
I agree with both of you guys. I'll definitely download it and try it. I do enjoy playing with greenhouses, specifically greenhouses that have the extra inputs like the fertilizer and the seeds. So it's going to get a download for me.
And Will?
Well, I don't really use greenhouses that much, but funny enough, the only greenhouse that I actually use um, comes with the stone farm pack, stone buildings pack. Um, I think the one that comes with that package is absolutely fantastic. That's honestly the only greenhouse I actually use. So this one would be a pass for me.
Gotcha. Yeah, one of my favorite greenhouses here in the game as regarding to mods is the one by Omatana, where it's kind of the open air greenhouse one. You get all the different ones that it'll produce, all the different products that it produces. The same thing with this one, where it will also accept things like seed, fertilizer, manure, such like that. But it's just got the different look, the higher capacities, the higher outputs, and stuff like that. But still, if you're looking for something, a little bit different, you don't want that kind of open air look, or you just want something that kind of fits in a general scheme, yeah, definitely give this one a look. Let's see. Next one we have is the Garage by Maca, 8.34 megabytes to download, and a price point of $5,500. Now, this looks relatively simple, bare bones basic, kind of storage for your extremely small vehicles. It looks like you'll fit your trucks and stuff like that, maybe some smaller tractors and whatnot, telehandlers, as you can see in the fifth screenshot here. But for the most part, I think this one's going to be mostly a pass for me. Because I mean, the price point's not bad, the download size isn't bad, like nothing about it is necessarily disqualifying. It does have a little bit of kind of design flair on the side of it. You got some creeping ivy along the side of it. But for the most part, I can't see a kind of general use case for me in my kind of farm builds or anything like that. This really doesn't kind of match any of the kind of style that I would ever go for. Or anything like that, and I try to avoid like smaller vehicles and smaller like tractors and stuff like that for the most part. So yeah, this is probably going to be just a straight up pass for me. ISG, what do you think of this one?
Yeah, I'm with you on this. This is going to be a pass for me as well. I appreciate what they're going for with it, with the look and everything. That one picture they have of the interior is probably the best picture of the entire thing. It looks like they spent more time on laying out some of the stuff they put on the interior with the lights and everything than what they did on the exterior. The exterior looks like they focused with the ivy on the sides. I do appreciate they did put snow build up on the roof. That was a plus. But overall, I'm just going to take a pass on this one.
And BB?
Yeah, I would agree with both of you on same kind of vibe. It's not something I would typically use. I don't ever have a need for 5 small equipment parking spots. Generally, I have maybe a telehandler, maybe like a side by side, but that's a big maybe. That's usually it. I don't usually have small tractor, telehandler, truck, all that stuff. So pass for me.
And Will?
Well, for me, it's gonna be a hard pass. I mean, I could definitely see this on more of like a Polish style map, if you ask me. Um, so it, I definitely cannot see this like on an American style map. I bet people could agree with me on that. So that right there automatically makes it like I mean if I was playing on a Polish map, then maybe. But if I can't store like anything inside of it, then it's gonna be a really hard match for me at that point.
Gotcha. All right, catching up with the chat here again real quick. We got Gary says, playing Tillamook now, main farm is not easy to modify as it's built on rough terrain. Yeah, 100%. It's one of those that you got to be pretty good with the terraforming tool, and you've got to have a lot of patience. But as long as you put in that time and effort, you probably get something out pretty good out of it. Brady Rimmer, how's it going? Hope you're having a fantastic day so far. Says hello everyone. Hello Brady. Moofa Poofa says, good night, time for bed. All right, well, thank you so much for stopping out here tonight. You have yourself a fantastic rest of your night. Take care, and we'll see you again next time. Let's see, Jody says, hi, Jody. How's it going, bud? Hope you're having a fantastic night so far. Ken says, Jody. We got Jonah says, you missed me, LOL. I missed you? Where'd I miss you? Lies. I call lies. I read your super chat, didn't I? Yeah, I did. Let's see. We got Ken says Brady, and also to Jonah. We got, or were you talking? Oh, I think you were talking about Ken. Let's see. Jonah says Ken and Jody and Brady, and we got Ken also says BDD doesn't like the small farms shenanigans. LOL. It's really rare. Like if it's one of those like micro maps where everything's small, I can kind of, see my way into it, but not often. It's got to be something pretty special. Let's see. Moving on, we've got The River by Ian. 2.35 megabytes to download and a price point of $10 for decoration. This is one of the very few times where I will be so all over a piece of deco here in game. It's one of those that very oftentimes, like decoration stuff, unless it's something like very specific, I just check out and move on. This is one of those though that I will absolutely download this 100 times over if I have to. I think this is brilliant. Being able to add in-game moving rivers into a map, I think is brilliant. I absolutely love this as a concept, especially because we got other mods such as like the standing water mod. I forget what it's actually called, but it's you can actually make ponds and stuff like that. So having things like that in combination with this and being able to make actual like terrain rivers and stuff like that, I think it's absolutely fantastic. Love this. And it's only less than 3 megabytes to download. Yeah, sign me up all day and night. BB, what do you think of this one?
100% agree. It's a nice little. It's different, it's just deco, but it's super cool to see kind of how they were able to implement it in a kind of different way. It's not something that's already on the mod hub. It's definitely something that could be very useful for players to add, kind of spice up their saves a little bit. So yeah, I like it.
ISG, what do you think?
This is one that it can work out great. It could be a complete disaster. It all depends on what methods they allow for you to be able to rotate and angle the pieces for that. Plus, there's a terraforming nightmare around the edges of it after you place them down. Because I've used these on my maps, and yeah, you better be able to manipulate it properly to be able to use it. If everything works great, then I absolutely would be all over this. If there's some issues with all that, then no, I'm going to take a pass.
Gotcha. And Will, what do you think of this?
Well, so I have the so I do have that 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 water packing stall that you can make ponds and stuff. And I also have those waterfalls that came out. This I feel like would fit in perfectly. So this has definitely got a download for me.
Well, and that's the thing too, is I think that even in the screenshots, they actually use like a combination of those two that we were talking about there, the waterfalls, the ponds, and all that stuff. Specifically, like in screenshot number, what was it, 4? Yeah, screenshot 4, because I think that's the waterfall right there, and then you got the kind of little water feature behind it, and then the river itself that kind of flows on from there. I think all three of them are kind of like made in tandem to work with one another, and yeah, just absolutely brilliant. Jonah, you said, no, I missed your opinion on the map. Restate your opinion there, Jonah, and let me know what map you're referring to, because I don't see it in the chat. So I don't know where it went and what happened to it. So, yeah, just go ahead and restate it, and we'll go from there. Let's see. Moving on to the next one here, we got the Small Chicken Coop by Brummy Farmer. 5.77 megabytes to download, $4,500 to buy, and 200 chickens can be held in it. I mean, that's pretty awesome. Let's go ahead and check out the kind of base game as to what kind of options we have here, because this one kind of is a little bit more in line with what we can actually get our hands on here in base game. I feel like that would be more fair. Let's see. So we got chickens, and this holds 200. So probably the closest one we're going to have to this is the chicken coop, the big one here in base game. So that starts at $79,000 to buy, 360 chickens for that one. If we take a look, again, $4,500 to buy. So you're saving a metric ton of money. You're talking over almost $7,500 just in price right there. 200 chickens as compared to 360 here in the base game. So yeah, I mean, you're only 160 chickens shy. You could buy, you could buy 2 of these and still be, darn near $70,000 cheaper than just using what we have here in base game. So overall, 6 megabytes, like $5,000 and 200 chickens. Again, sign me up. This is a really good looking one. The kind of shed in it is kind of nondescript, so it's one of those that I think would probably fit in almost anywhere for the most part. It's not going to be like a strictly European style or a strictly US style or whatever the case may be. It could pretty well fit in pretty much anywhere. It's a pretty nondescript shed, if you ask me. So yeah, overall, I think this is brilliant. Absolutely love it. Worth a download all day and night. ISG, what do you think of this one?
Oh, I'm all over this. I would absolutely get this in a heartbeat. And like you said, place 2, 3 of them, however many you need for the price. They're perfect.
BB?
Yeah, couldn't agree more. You guys said exactly what I think too.
And Will?
Well, for me, I think it's a great price tag, great price tag. And for 200 chickens, it's not bad. I mean, now I know that you said that you could see this fit like anywhere. I don't know. To me, this rings more Polish style than it does. That's just me personally.
Fair enough. Yeah, so moving on to the next one here, we got the, why isn't it clicking? There we go, the Gentile EVR 2316 EPAN 5. That's by Universe Simu Modding, 13.65 megabytes to download. This is a manure spreader for $61,700, 180 horsepower, and 15,500 liter capacity. So taking a look at our base game, 15,000 liters is probably going to be closest to the HA DST 16, $67,000 to purchase that one. So we're looking at the comparable for 61,700. So that mod is going to be, what is that, about just shy of $6,000 cheaper than the actual base game. 180 horsepower for the mod versus 150. So you're going to need an extra 30 horsepower. And 15.5 or 15,500 liters. So compared to the 16,500, so your mod is going to be about 1,000 liters shy. So okay, overall, you're spending a little less, you're getting a little less capacity, you're increasing your horsepower need, and your working width of 12 meters, they're the exact same. So for 14 megabytes, this one, unless you're a Gene Teal fan, this is probably going to be pass for me. There's not enough in the savings, in the capacity, in the everything that really kind of differentiates it away from the HAW. I mean, I'll just spend the extra 6,000 ish dollars and save the 15 megabytes, nearly 15, for something else. So, BB, what do you think of this one?
Yeah, I agree. I'd probably end up just using something from the base game instead of this one. It doesn't have enough extra kind of features to make it worth it for me.
ISG, what do you think?
I completely agree with you on this one. Unless you're a fan of the brand, I mean, it's a good looking machine, but there's so much that so much in the base game and other mods out there. This is going to be a pass for me. I got so many other options out there.
And Will?
So I actually installed this to go to Whirl. It's not a bad manure spreader. I mean, it's one that I would use, um, but it's not one that you'd really see here in the States. So, I mean, if I was playing on a European map, I would definitely use this. But if I'm playing on an American map, I would not.
Gotcha. All right. Next one we have is, oh, come on, click on, click, click, click. There we go. Torion 1914 L556X Power Pack. This is by HR Force and Fasugbao, 40.18 megabytes to download. And we got ourselves a few wheel loaders in this pack. So we got the Class Torion 1914, the Torion 1914 Dev Mule, the Laybear L556X Power, and the 556 X Power Fire Department. All wheel loaders for $248,500, 224 horsepower starting. There's also a Torion weight in this as well for $4,500. So taking a look at our kind of base game wheel loaders here. Let's see, under wheel loaders, we got closest one. Is there any 224? Yeah, so we're going to have to use strictly horsepower on this one, even though it's kind of a rough comparison, but we'll use that anyways. So closest one we have is the JCB 435S here in base game at $199,500. So the mod is going to run you darn near an extra 50 grand. That's a little bit more expensive. And you're actually going to be cutting out almost, 28 horsepower? Is that mathing? I think it is. So overall, for 40 megabytes, 41 megabytes, way too much file size, way too much in cost, and you're losing out on power. Yeah, it does come with a weight. I mean, overall, I'm sure it works good, looks good. It's going to be a hard pass for me. Let's see. ISG, what do you think of this one?
Yeah, I'm with you on that. Definitely a hard pass. When it comes to wheel loaders, you got to either stick to the basics on them and give us a good quality single piece of equipment. Whereas this one right here, you got 4 pieces of equipment. It looks like you're paying more for being able to do the customization on the painting and wheels and everything. And they're just not going to be worth it for me.
MBB?
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I don't usually use wheel loaders a lot. I'm not really sure what I would use if I needed one. I might check these out, but there's nothing super compelling here to make me want to say I have to have this right now. You know, if I'm browsing around for wheel loader mods, I might try this one out, but as it stands right now, I probably won't download it.
One thing I will point out though is in the final screenshot there, number 6, I do like that it has the kind of spiked wheels on it, like the rims on there for like silage work and all that stuff. I think that's kind of cool. But yeah, again, all the things that I kind of considered, not enough for me to download that level of cool. Will, what do you think?
Well, as much as I love the Gloss brand, this is going to be a hard pass for me. I don't know what it is. Like I will use a classic wheel loader, but I prefer the Volvo wheel. I don't know. It's just something a little different, but I'd rather stick with base game. And those spike wheels, the only use I can see for those is during a zombie apocalypse.
Yeah, that would definitely make for some good zombie action there.
Yeah.
All right. So Jonah says, "No, you miss no, I read that. Oh, just messing with me. I lost the game. Ah, I gotcha. I gotcha. How dare you, Jonah? How dare you?" All right, moving on. We've got the Schwartzmuller Semi-Low Loader 3A by HR Force and Versugbau. Apparently, we had an HR Force and Versugbau day here. $64,000 to buy. The low loader, we do have a miscellaneous transport riser for $250 to add to this. And overall, let's take a look at our, let's see, close comparables. Let's see, low loaders, where are you at? There they go. So in this particular one, we're talking for $64,000, we got a what appears to be a 3-axle trailer. So probably going to be closest to either the Load King or brand, probably Load King, at $59,500 for the Load King. This one is asking for $64,000, so you're asking for an additional little over $4,500, and I mean, you're getting some options such as like tweaking the colors and all that stuff is what it looks like. 22 megabytes for the download size. For me personally, I'm probably going to skip out on this one. Now, does this, just read through this just really quickly. Let's see. Will, are you aware, does this one in particular function with the snapping feature? Because this, I think this is the same trailer that we had for the snapping of the containers from last iteration, from the Platinum Edition DLC. Are you aware of this or not?
I couldn't tell you for sure. I think it does, but I couldn't tell you for 100%.
It kind of looks like it does compared to some of these screenshots I'm seeing here. You can see in the 5th screenshot where it's got the different container combinations here. Doesn't look like there's straps or anything that's kind of, holding these down. So I'm going to presume that there's some kind of mechanism to keep these from flying off the trailer itself. But I'm not going to guarantee that either. But yeah, overall, this is probably going to be a pass for me. I'll just go with what we have in base game. Let's see. BB, what do you think?
I think I'm going to download these and check them out. Mainly because, like we said, the ability to use the containers, it seems unclear if it snaps, but it does say in the notes is made compatible with containers. So, like, not sure what compatibility you have to make if it doesn't actually snap. So, I'd be kind of interested to see. I don't use containers right now in my save game, but I've been interested in kind of playing around with them. It's kind of cool little trailer to kind of use that with.
Gotcha. And ISG, what do you think?
This is something that kind of on the fence on. I would use it if everything works the way that it appears to on the pictures. I have a feeling that transport riser is going to be necessary for putting the largest container on there. As you can see from looking at the same picture you mentioned with the containers. But what I'm thinking about this is that, yes, it's great that you can haul logs with it and do all these other things, but is it absolutely necessary? In my opinion, no, it's not. I'm going to take a pass on this one.
And Will?
For me personally, I don't do enough logging, and I don't use the containers enough. So this would be a hard.
Fair enough. All right, the next one we have is the Lizard Big Bear. This is by Sluch's Modding, 12.66 megabytes to download, $1,850 to buy, starting horsepower of 23. And yeah, we got ourselves a little quad here. People here know kind of my kind of outlook on these kind of vehicles where it's just kind of meant for tooling around the map or just driving just for driving purposes. This one is going to be a pass for me. It's one of those that looks good. I'm sure it functions well, but just does not meet my kind of needs for my farm and the way I play my game styles. Does look like it hooks up to certain trailers and whatnot, but it's going to be very limited based on the size of the vehicle. You're not going to sling around a whole lot with this thing. So yeah, this is just going to be a pass for me. BB, what do you think?
Yeah, I'm in the same boat. I don't typically use these small vehicles. As I said, some of the other mods I might use a side by side, but those usually have some type of utility. Just a straight four wheeler, I'm probably not going to use it, so pass.
ISG?
I'm right there with you guys. This thing, yes, it's pretty, but limited functionality. Doesn't look like you can strap anything onto it, even though it has the racks. None of the pictures show anything strapped onto it. So yeah, I'm gonna take a pass on this.
And Will?
For this particular mod, it's going to be a pass. If I really wanted to use like an ATV, I would just use one of the Can-Ams from the Highlands Fishing DLC, because you can actually store a chainsaw in there. I know there is straps on the one, I believe. Oh, it actually has some sort of use. And then the one you can actually have a passenger. So, but I don't really use them that often, so it'd be a pass for me though.
Gotcha. Next one we have is the K-Brand GF6512. This is by, La Soil? 6.03 megabytes to download, $12,000 to buy. We got ourselves a little tedder here for 50 horsepower and 6.5 meter working width. So taking a look at our tedders in base game. Let's see, tedder, there it is. Let's see, 6.5 meters and working with is going to be, kind of an in-betweensy between the Pottinger Alpenhit 4.4H at 4.4 meters versus the Krone Vendro 820 Highland at 8.2. So this is almost right in the center of those two in the working with department. And the price point of the mod is $12,000 compared to $6,000 and $15,500 respectively. So again, kind of in the middle, a little bit towards the higher side of that one. And then looking at the horsepower required for the Pottinger is 30 compared to the the Krone is 65. So we're talking 50, again, towards the upper end of the middle there. Overall, if you're kind of looking for something to kind of fill a gap at 7 megabytes and $12,000, I mean, nothing about this is disqualifying to me per se. So this would be something that if you're looking to fill kind of the missing portions of your base game stuff, this would be a good little addition. But I mean, you're not saving so much that you're really going to be making out too big of a difference there. You know, in this case, spend the extra $3,500 and go with the Krone in base game versus, taking up the 7 megabytes for the additional piece of equipment here. So this is probably going to be a pass, but for the most part, there's nothing that's like uber disqualifying about it. ISG, what do you think of this one?
I'm 100% in agreement with you on this one. You have some great options for base game on tedders. This one, like you said, does fill a gap. I mean, it's one of those that I won't get it until I need it.
NBB?
Yeah, same for me. You guys hit it right in the head. Kind of, if you need it, you get it, but I don't have a need for it right now, so I'm not going to get it.
And Will?
For me, it's gonna be a pass. There are certain tedders I use in the game. And I know one's the Kloss pack from ADA or AgriBusiness Austria, and the base game under tedder. So.
All right. The next one we have is the Tractor Bumper Safety Weight Plus. This is by Vertex Designs, 2.28 megabytes to download. We've got a price point of $4,180 and a starting mass of 1,300 kilograms. So you get to have all the various different designs for the various brands that are out there, but for the most part, this is just a weight. It's a fancy weight, but it's just a weight. So it's going to be a pass for me. Nothing about it too disqualifying. The file size is fine. The price point's fine. The weight is fine. It's just a weight. What do you think there, BB?
Yeah, I mean, I might download it. I actually don't ever really use weights, and I probably should, but I'll probably stick to one of the base game weights. This looks cool. A lot of work put into it. The decals are nice, but I'm gonna pass on it.
ISG?
Well, they're absolutely beautiful for one. As far as functionality, like you said, they're a weight. Now, if they push bells out of your way as you're going, then I'm all over it. Other than that, no, I'm good. I can pass.
And Will?
It's this is definitely a European style fancy weight. I like to put it that way. It is me a pass for me, but when you load it up in the game, it actually pops up with a completely different name. Like when you actually load in your game and you go into the store and look at it, it loads up as a completely different name. It's actually a new brand to the game from Vertex Design. I forgot what the brand was, but
Cool beans. All right, next one we have is the Portable Fuel Tank by AgriBusiness, 1.15 megabytes to download, $1,000 to buy, and 440 liter capacity. I mean, nothing about this is like too out of the realm of, ew, stay away kind of thing. I mean, 2 megabytes to download, $1,000 to buy, and 440 liters of capacity. If you want like a little fuel tank that you can kind of sling around and, jump the stuff that you left out in the field because you weren't paying attention to your fuel tank enough, this will be a decent option. And you can see they're loading into the back of pickup trucks, back into the side-by-sides there. So, I mean, this is definitely something that might prove to be useful around the farm, around the fields. So, yeah, I could see downloading this. Why not? Let's see. ISG, what do you think of this one?
I would definitely give this a shot, especially with as much as I do like small farming and whatnot. And some of those tractors that are the vintage ones, they run out of fuel very rapidly. So it'd be nice to have a easily portable fuel tank to bring up to them, refuel them, and get back to work.
And BB?
Yeah, I'm definitely gonna give this one a shot as well. I do like having refueling options on my farm, and I generally go through one of the something like the Super Duty 1500 or whatever that has the custom beds that have fuel option. This is nice to not have to have a dedicated mod truck. You can put this on any of the base game trucks or side by sides, whatever like that, and get out to your field and fill them up. So yeah, I'll definitely probably use this.
And Will?
for me personally, it's gonna be a pass. I mean, typically I don't usually have this problem from running out of fuel, but if I do, then I just use the base game Thunder Creek trailer.
Fair enough. All right, the next one we have is the Cargo Trailers by AgriBusiness, 20.33 megabytes to download, $1,900 to buy, and we got a capacity of 2,000 liters, as well as the secondary trailer for $4,200 and 3,000 liter capacity. So overall, I mean, it's a small little transporting trailer. It looks pretty decent. I like the little kind of camper shell that it has on the back of some of these. I believe that would probably be an option as part of this particular mod. Overall, for 21 megabytes though, I'm not going to see too much of a use case on my particular farm. I'm probably going to just pass this along and just save the 21 megabytes in this case. BB, what do you think of this one?
I'm on the same boat. It does look really cool. I do like that kind of flip up clamshell cover. It's different for sure. It's nice if you like things that are different. If you like a small trailer, this might be up your alley. I don't typically use small trailers like this for anything, so it's a pass.
ISG.
This is something I would use on my small farms, but other than that, would have no real use. I'd give it a shot.
And Will?
Well, so I'm kind of torn because it is a pass for me, but it's not. So it is a pass for me because I don't foresee myself like using it on a massive farm. That's the way I usually play is on big farms. Um, but the only way I would use this, because typically if you have something like this, then you would see like snowmobiles inside of them or like ATVs inside of them. So, but I mean, last time I checked, though, this is farm sim, not like a racing sim. So
Fair enough. All right, next one we have is the K-Brand Planter 3. This is by Nico Do 55, 6.53 megabytes to download, $54,000 to buy, 100 horsepower required. It has a capacity starting out at 564 liters of seed, 640 liters of fertilizer, and a 5.4 meter working width. So taking a look at our planters here in base game, which would be, aha, there we go. So we're talking, what was it, 5.4 liter or meter working with? So probably going to put us in the K-Brand Maxima 3-till territory there. $59,000 to buy, 150 horsepower is required, 6 meters in working with, and a capacity of 595 liters. So taking a look at this, you're going to be saving about, what is that, $5,000 from the base game. You're going to save about 100 horsepower, and you can do both fertilizer and seed with this one. Same thing with the K-Brand here in base game. So, I mean, you're talking, what is that? We'll just say it's almost a wash in regards to seeds. So basically, you're getting an extra almost 640 liters of extra capacity for this particular one. Now, you are missing out on 0.6 meters of working with. But overall, for less than 7 megabytes and all the kind of savings, and the only downside is a little bit smaller of a machine here, I say jump on this one. Yeah, absolutely. You're talking cost savings, horsepower savings, seed capacity increase, and you're only dropping 0.6 meters in working with. So yeah, I would definitely do this one for a little bit smaller of a farm going on there. Absolutely. ISG, what do you think?
This would be perfect for a small to mid-sized farm. Capacity is right on point. Horsepower is fantastic. Price is good. Yeah, I would definitely give it a shot.
And BB, what do you think?
I agree. I would probably give this a try, especially if I was starting out on a map, smaller mid-sized field. I like kind of using that 5 to 6 meter working with as my small equipment, a sweet spot. That feels like it fits that pretty good.
And Will?
So now you guys can correct me if if I'm wrong. But is it just me, or do I feel like this planner would be perfect on Kinlag because it like folds up in like a really tight form that you can just go right down the road?
I agree 100% on that.
Yeah, yep, for sure.
So I mean, I could definitely see this being used on like European style maps. On America style, yeah, I can see it. But for me, it's going to be a pass because I personally prefer trailed, not 3-point linked. So
Gotcha. All right, the next one we have is the Bio Greenhouse Pack. This is by BFM Nightmare, 35.4 megabytes to download, and we've got ourselves a wide array of stuff going on here. So it looks like we got what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 separate greenhouses that are available from this pack. It says each greenhouse requires the following for production: water, compost, seed, empty pallets, and empty refillable pallets, I believe. Compost can be purchased in the shop under pallets. Organic waste is now also produced, which can be further processed into in the biocomposter. So it sounds like that's an addition to this as well. So you're getting several products, additional fill types. You're getting additional production types and all this kind of stuff going along with this one entire pack here. So you're figuring for 36 megabytes, when everything's all kind of said and done, you're getting quite a bit out of this. So overall, what do I think of this? I think this is kind of cool. You're gonna have to kind of put in your additional products, get out hopefully your additional products as well from that additional effort. But for the most part, I think this is kind of cool. And having the kind of compost is kind of an additional input that needs to be purchased, not produced or anything along those lines. Same thing with the pallets. Yeah, it's kind of a cool little addition to the greenhouse kind of system. And you can see here in some of the recipes, you can see on picture number 5, you got the picture for carrots, you got water, seeds, compost, and empty pallet boxes, and you get out your carrots as well as your organic waste. So I'd love to see what exactly that organic waste is going to be used for, if you can sell that off or you can use that downstream, because it says that it can be used, what was it, in the, where did I see that? Yeah, which can be further processed in the biocomposter. So what I'm curious about, is that going to make the actual compost, if that biocompost will be. So it's almost like a circular kind of thing, but you need the waste in order to make the compost, is what it's sounding like. I don't know. Overall, I think this is cool. Definitely could consider the download. Yeah, I think I want to do a little bit more kind of digging into this before like actually committing to keeping it or not. I would download it just to kind of test it all out and see what all is entailed in this. ISG, what do you think of this one?
This definitely has its uses. It's definitely something I would give a shot at. I did notice when reading the description down there, it does say that the biocomposter is a separate mod. So yes, definitely would have to get that if you wanted to make your own compost as opposed to buying it from the store. Definitely seems as though for the extra effort you have to put in from looking at the production speeds and everything on the carrots, it's showing 1,320 cycles per month, where it produces 16 carrots per cycle. So yeah, definitely has a good ratio there. So yeah, definitely something we could work with.
And BB, what do you think?
I definitely download this and check it out. Like I mentioned previously, I do like using greenhouses. I do like using greenhouses that require you to bring in seeds and fertilizer. The extra crops are a nice bonus. I also like that it's not all the crops. Some of the modded greenhouses, you can still grow like wheat and canola and stuff. It's nice that this seems like it's a little more honed in on things that would be more grown in a greenhouse, and vegetables, crops pretty exclusively. And I'm assuming the regular greenhouse crops as well, plus like it says the green beans, peas, carrots, potatoes, all that stuff. So I think I'll definitely check it out and probably use it.
And Will?
For me, it's gonna be a hard pass. I'm not huge into greenhouses. Like I said, there's only one particular one that I actually do use. I don't use it all the time. But this adds other fill types to it. So if you're playing on a map that already has a bunch of fill types, and it's like I think it was ISG, or it could have been BB mods. Well, that stated that you could only have like 200 and something in total for extra fill types. So you have like your main, and then you can go up 200 and something. So this adds fill types. So I would just be aware when you're using this. That's all. That'd be a pass for me though.
Absolutely. All right. The next one we have, I believe it's pronounced Lachum, is
I
by.
believe you actually skipped one mod,
Uh-oh.
the Weimer T174.
That's PC only.
Oh, okay. Okay.
about to say, I did it again? No!
My bad. I'll shut up now.
Lachum. This is by Laxi, I think that is. 504.37 megabytes to download, and we got ourselves a whole mess of required mods. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. If my mathing, I believe it's 25 required mods. So right off the bat, you're going to have to commit to a pretty decent amount of additionals. Let's see, checking out what I said for this one was... Let's see, what did I say? 4 out of 5 for this one here. This one I did like. We had just a kind of a really nice kind of character to this map. The color palette was nice, it was toned down. Cool little details all throughout the map. You can see there in the third screenshot was one of those details where it's just kind of a pond with a cool little one of those plastic chairs that you'd see somebody out there fishing, kind of doing their own thing. Just a nice little ebb and flow to the map, a nice gentle ease and undulations. Color palette, like I mentioned, was really good. Overall, I just thought it was a very nice, lovely map. Looked like the map maker just kind of, made a nice little slice of a map here. I did enjoy this one a lot. Let's start with you, BB. What did you think of this one?
I got this one down as a 3.5. Looking at it, I do like the map overall. I feel like if you look, I don't think you see it in the Mod Hub screenshots, but the map layout when you're in the game, it has like little icons on some of the fields and the farms if like it has chickens or it has cows already. I think it's kind of a nice touch. I'll kind of show you what's already there. Obviously, if you delete it, then it kind of is a useless point of the map, but I think that is what it is. The one thing I don't really like about this map is it has a lot of required mods, which is what it is. 25 is slightly higher than what I say is kind of acceptable. I generally feel like in the mid-teens is kind of the sweet spot. I do not like that it has the modular BGA, and that's like the main BGA on the map. I do love that mod, but it's a pretty confusing and complicated mod, and as required, to use that on the map, I'd much rather see just a basic BGA. And if somebody wants one, they can delete that and put down the modular one. Again, that not only takes off one mod from the list, but that specifically I thought was kind of weird.
And you make a really good point, and I completely forgot about the modular BGAs being part of the actual not only the required mods, but it's actually placed down there. And you're right, it's one of those that it's a good mod for those who are actually like really into the kind of biogas work, who are actually like going to take the time to learn and understand how the kind of ins and outs of that particular mod kind of work. So yeah, it's one of those where if you like doing BGA work, and it's one of those where you could see yourself being on this map, but have not really invested the time and effort it takes to learn the modular BGA, then unfortunately this might not be a good kind of map for you, because like I said, it's a pretty steep learning curve to figure out all the ins and outs. And I'm pretty sure I don't want to say the biogas is incomplete, but it doesn't have all the components installed for you to be able to kind of utilize a fully functional BGA. So it's one of those where you're going to have to know those components that you're missing in order to get out the full potential of the product that you're putting into it, kind of thing. That was something else that did kind of catch me off guard, and you pointing that out really kind of triggered that memory. But Ayashi, what do you think of this one?
This one, great layout. I enjoyed that. The area down where you have all the grass fields on the south central portion of the map, if they would have done away with a lot of the trees lining those fields, it would have made it look a lot better and a lot easier to work. But as they are, I mean, I get it. It's great when you look at it from the air, not so great when you're trying to work that area. Did notice that there was a lot of just random stones placed all throughout the map, just like gravel, just sitting there, just give you bumps on the road all over the place. And I'm like, a lot of it was unnecessary. Some were perfectly placed, others not so much. Overall, I gave it a 3 out of 5. Map maker I appreciate what they were going for. Just feel like there's a few things they could come back and maybe address, especially like you said, the BGA, the number of required mods, all of that just work towards downgrading the score.
And Will, what do you think?
Well, so I personally gave this one a 3.5 out of 5. It would hit a 4 if it didn't have 25 required mods. And to have a modular BGA, which I think is like the main focus on everyone's point, is included in this is a bit ridiculous. That shouldn't be required. I definitely agree that the base game regular BGA should be able to be put down, and then if you just want to buy it, sell it, and then put down a different one, you can. But overall, yeah, I would definitely give it a 3.5. If there were no required mods, it'd be a 4. So
Gotcha. All right, the next one, and big shout out to Farming Fan, who kind of gave me the business in regards to this particular map name. I still, to this moment, have no idea how to pronounce it, so I'm not even gonna try. But you can see it here on your screen if you're watching this stream here. It is, yeah, 750.77 megabytes to download, made by Beamer. Yeah, I still no clue what this map is called. Let me figure out what I gave this one as my rating. Let's see. I believe this one was a 4 out of 5. Again, very similar to the last one. Very good color palette. Hills and undulations were really nice. It was a very nicely laid out kind of overall kind of style of map. A lot of the kind of buildings seem to be nice and customized, so they kind of fit more into that kind of Polish style for the map itself. Thought it was, again, a lot of really nice little features to this map. So yeah, overall, really like this. Again, Farming Fan, big shout out to you for giving me the business, who is one of my Polish viewers, and yeah, was was very unimpressed with my attempt at pronouncing this name. But yeah, 4 out of 5. Thought this was a pretty sharp looking map. ISG, what do you think of this one?
Actually, tell you what, come back to me on this. I'm taking another look at it real quick. I want to make sure I give a good assessment.
Fair enough. BB, what do you think?
I feel like I'm pretty spot on with you, and like kind of what you showed off in your video. Give it a 4. I do like the greenhouse systems that they have on the main farm. It's one of those greenhouses that you can put in all the different manures and fertilizers and seeds and stuff, which I like having that option. And the main thing I don't like about the map was there's so much unbuyable land and all the kind of trees in between and the empty, or the chunks of land in between the fields and all the trees and stuff that kind of get in your way if you're trying to, go between fields, or if you want to plow fields together and stuff like that. It'd be nice if it was a little more connected.
Fair enough. Will, what do you think?
well, I mean, I personally gave this a 3.5 out of 5. From what I remember, is that it's not like a full size, like standard size map. If I remember correctly, I think it's a little bit smaller. I mean, like the sheer amount of detail in it, yeah, it looks fantastic. But for 750.77 megabytes, though, for not even a standard size map, is a bit high, in my personal opinion. So for me personally, it's going to be a pass.
And back to you, ISG. What do you think?
Okay, so yes, there's a lot of land in the middle that you cannot buy. that could really be used for expanding your farm. And when you do buy a plot of land, you're just getting the field, nothing really outside of that, from what I noticed. Detail in the town is fantastic. Like the sidewalk, like the overall look of the road system. The decorations in the yards are good. Got some with playgrounds, some with pools. It looks really nice. Shop area is fine. It's a good, clear, open space for you to be able to do everything you need. The starting farm layout, I like it. It's functional. You got room to maneuver, get around. You got plenty of storage space for your equipment and everything. Yeah, so this one, I'm going to give this one a 3.5 out of 5.
Gotcha. All right, the next one we have is the Ropa Keller RK22 by Power, 24.93 megabytes to download, $190,000 to buy. Let's see, taking a look at what we got here again in base game. This is going to be under potato technology. Let's see, potatoes. Where are you, potatoes? You're going to be right there. So we actually have this in base game. We got the Ropa Keller 2 RK22. So 25 megabytes to download, 190,000. It's the same price. Let's see, what is this actually doing? So premium potato harvester.
It does potatoes, onions, carrots, parsnips, and beetroots.
Aha, so this is kind of getting all of the root crops from the game, including the kind of additional DLC expansions. So yeah, this has just been modified to include those additional ones there. I mean, overall, that's a nice little addition, being able to do everything with all-in-one tool. I wish that it would have been for a bigger piece of equipment, but I mean, one of those where root crops, harvesting, stuff like that already takes so much time to do. I think my first choice is never going to be the smallest set of equipment when it comes to the root crops and stuff like that. So this is going to be a pass, but I do at least appreciate what they're doing here and expanding the amount, or not the amount, but the types of stuff that will fill this particular piece of equipment. But again, for 26 megabytes or 25 megabytes, that to me also seems a little funky, considering that this is already here in base game. So it being so high from something that it's already from base, I'm not sure why it's that high. So for me, it's going to be a pass. Let's see. BB, what do you think?
It's going to be a pass for me. I do appreciate it. Having some more options for doing carrots and stuff like that's nice. But you know, it could have been a little more clear. It took us a minute to figure out exactly what the difference was. But if I was looking for something, I'd probably try to find something wider or something a little different than this, probably.
Ayashi, what do you think?
This is something I would actually use on a smaller farm. It definitely has its perks. I do enjoy the fact that they did adjust the range of movement on the chute for when you're overflowing into a trailer. I do appreciate that. So now you can get larger trailers under it. You don't have to stick with just small trailers. That's a nice plus to add to it. Price tag is on point. So definitely something for a smaller size farm, not anything for any mass production. But yeah, I'd give it a shot.
Gotcha. All right. The next one we have is the Lizard 3-point ballast weight. This is by AW Modding ABP team. 2.35 megabytes to download and $400 to purchase. Will, we have a saying around here. It's just a wait.
That's just a wait.
Just a wait.
And you forgot about me. That's all right.
I'm sorry. Will, what did you think of the last thing we were talking about?
No, it's okay. You can move on. It's fine.
How dare I? I'm a failure. Ugh.
It's okay. You can move on.
It's just a wait.
right, we'll forgive you this time on that.
Oh, I greatly appreciate the forgiveness. ISG, what do you think of the ballast weight here?
It can stay right there on Mod Hub. I have no use for that.
BB, what do you think?
It's just a wait.
It's just a wait.
It's actually funny because the previous week this came out for PC and Mac as a Bobcat brand. So
Okay. Well then, Will, do you have anything to add?
no, it's just a wait.
Just a wait. All right, moving on to the John Deere 6C RC6M brush cutter by ADub Modding ABP team. Wow, 16.51 megabytes to download, $4,900 to buy, 2 meters in working with, and yeah, we have a mower and mulcher versions of this. But we're going to focus on the mower. So starting out with I mean, really, this is going to be one of those kind of odd ones here because this is technically a brush hog. It's supposed to go on the back of the tractor. With something with this kind of size, we really don't have a good comparison other than the kind of front deck mowers, the K brand and the Samaz. They're the two kind of in-game, ones that are going to be close enough. So we'll just use the K brand as our comparable here. $13,500 and 3.1 meter working width. So 2 meters for the mod and only $4,900 for purchase. So you are saving about almost about 9-ish grand, a little shy of 9 grand for this one. You're losing out on about, 1.1 meters in working width, and you're having to download an extra 17 megabytes in size. This does have the dual functionality, having the mulcher as well as the mower. But for me, this is way too small. Way too small. I'm not going to just run around at 2 meters to do mowing or to do mulching. Yeah, this one is going to be a pass for me. Really, if you got a small farm, this is something that'll fit on your farm for you. Hey, more power to you. I cannot see myself running around at 2 meters every lap. I just can't. BB, what do you think of this one?
Yeah, it's a pass for me. It's too small. I like to use things that are functional. I feel like this is more suited for role play. You want to have a bush hog or whatever because it has its purpose in real life. But I've heard some people that like to use it. They run around the outside of the field and cut the meadow grass down or whatever. But for me, it's a pass.
ISG, what do you think?
I generally hire the kids down the street to come mow the lawn for me. Yeah, this is going to be a pass for me. I don't need that on my farm. Just way too small.
And Will, what do you think?
I actually like this. Yeah, it is small, but I would use this to go around the edges of the field, especially like a woodland area where there's a bunch of overgrown stuff and you can mow it down. But this would especially be helpful in ditches and stuff like that. And then if you have just a small area you just want to mow down and make a couple bales out of, I mean, this is absolutely perfect for that. And on top of it too, it's John Deere.
One of those, if it's green, it's for me.
Yeah.
Alrighty, moving on. We've got the Lizard 3000L. This is by Blodsgo. 1.45 megabytes to download. We got ourselves a little slurry tank here for $5,000, 3,000 liter of capacity, and requires 35 horsepower. So an itty bitty little slurry tanker there. Let's check out our comparables. Really, probably not going to have too many of these, but yeah, it looks like we got the Farm Tech Super Cease 800. That is 80 horsepower required, 8,200 liters of capacity, and 15 meter working width. So this one here, $5,000, So it's going to save you a little over $25,000 just for this one here. 3,000 liters capacity compared to the 8,200. So you're taking quite a hit. But I mean, if you were to, imagine buying multiples of these, the price of the price per thousand is actually going to be significantly less than what you would get with this farm tech here. And then 35 horsepower compared to the 80 there, so you're saving on a bit of horsepower requirement, and 7 meters, so you're basically cutting the working with in half on this one. So 2 meters or 2 megabytes worth of file, and you got pretty much savings across the board. I mean, if you're looking for something that's going to kind of function in your small farm, this will be kind of a good option for you. For me personally, I could see if I'm playing that very, very, very specific map where it's going to be basically small fields across the board. Other than that, this is going to be a hard pass because basically this is going to take forever doing any other size of field. We'll start with you, ISG. What do you think of this one?
This is something I would absolutely get for a smaller hobby farm or vintage farm. It's definitely something that would work out great for taking care of those smaller fields, especially if you have just a small pig pen on your farm and you just got a few pigs in there producing enough slurry to fill this thing up every month or whenever you need it, and it'd work out perfectly.
And BB, what do you think?
I'm a little torn on this one. I don't usually do much slurry work, but I could see how if you wanted something cheap for a small farm, it'd probably be pretty great. Only 2 megabytes to download. I'm a little confused by the description. It says requiring reliable transport of water and other liquids. If it's able to transport fertilizer and water and stuff too, then I'd be all over it as a little transport trailer. I highly doubt it does. It's probably just a weird translation or description error. I have a mod that has multi-function transport of liquids, and it's not as straightforward as one would think. So I'm inclined to say it probably does not transport water and other liquids as well. It's probably just a slurry tanker. So I'd say maybe if I was interested in a small slurry work.
And Will, what do you think?
I mean, it's gonna be a hard pass. I mean, this is definitely for your small farm shenanigans. I don't know about you, but I could definitely see someone using this on like Ellengrad, or like a Swiss kind of map, or like a small European kind of map. Because it is small enough, and I believe this does hold water too. I believe. So that's something I would definitely have to double check. But yeah, but for me personally, it's gonna be
Fair enough. All right. The next one we have is the International TX178 prototype by EY Modding, 16.7 megabytes to download. We got a price point of $32,000, 120 horsepower, and a capacity. I presume that's for fuel. But let's see. So overall, let's check out the file size. 17 megabytes, not too bad. Let's take a look at our comparables here under small tractors, and 120 horsepower is our kind of butter zone here. So 120 is going to put us probably at the Iseki TJW. $92,000 to purchase that one there. And that has 123 horsepower for comparison. So we're going to be losing out on 3 horsepower, but we're going to be spending $60,000 less minus 3 horsepower. That's pretty good. And me personally, I love the way this thing looks. I love that kind of old school boxy kind of tractor. That's like right up my alley for this particular kind of style. So for 17 megabytes, if I'm looking for just an itty bitty tractor, a little 120 horsepower, something to sling around on my farm, I'm going to go after this all day, all night. Absolutely. BB, what do you think of this?
So unfortunately, this one's going to be a hard pass for me. EY Modding makes great tractors, and I do appreciate everything he does, but I'm actually the opposite of you. I'm not really a big fan of the older school machines, and I usually don't use small tractors either. So for those 2 reasons, I'm out.
Fair enough. What do you think, ISG?
I'm all over this. I already have most of this guy's other mods as far as the vintage tractors go, and I would just add this one to the collection and just keep on trucking.
And Will?
Oh, I love it. I feel like this would fit in with his other case tractor that he has. His other international that looks almost very similar to this one, except it doesn't have a white like a white cabin. It's got a red cabin. Um, so there's that. I mean, it's here, and I think it's fantastic.
Excellent, excellent. Real quick there, Ken says, just a wait. Yes, going back to the previous iterations of the ballast, 100%. Next one we have is the Rudolph Horman Round Storage Haul. This is by AW Modding ABP team, 4.29 megabytes to download, and $145,000 to purchase this one. Holy smokes. This for me is going to be a absolute hard pass. I mean, just storage is essentially what this all boils down to. But for me personally, I'm going to go ahead and set my sights on, I forget who makes it, but it's essentially the same style of storage barns. It also has built-in like bale capacity, pallet capacity as well. So it's one of those, I will use that, and I can, oh man, it's driving me nuts because I cannot remember the maker of it. But yeah, it looks almost identical to these kind of round things here. We've got like 5 different versions of these packs available. They come in like blues, greens, like kind of a cream color. Again, can't remember who makes it, what they're called, but yeah, I'll go with those long before this, just because of the almost $50,000 price point. You can get those for significantly less, and you get the built-in functionality of the bale and pallet storage. So for me, it's gonna be a pass. ISG, what do you think?
Beautiful building, not so beautiful price. Hard pass.
Hard pass. I hear you there. BB, what do you think?
I agree with you, BDD. You're pretty sure you're talking about the e-tunnel packs by DD Mod Passion.
You're 100% right. Thank you so much, because that was driving me nuts.
Got you. Yeah, I do have actually all the e-tunnel packs on my map, and I do use them. I definitely use those over the one we're looking at right now. Like ISG said, it looks great. That's awesome, but I'm not planning to use it.
And Will, what do you think?
Well, it's kind of like what she said. Beautiful building, really bad price tag.
So I just took note of the time. BB, are you still good to go for a little while longer, or?
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay, perfect. All right, continuing on here, we got the Farmer's Rickety Sawmill. This is by Mr. Dex, 1.89 megabytes to download, $79,950 to buy. I think that this is a really cool looking mod. It's just kind of a little spin on a small personal sawmill, but it's just one of those that, because of the little design feature for the shed and all that stuff, I think that just kind of adds a little bit of flair to it. Now it does increase the price quite a bit, if I'm not mistaken, because I think like the kind of smaller sawmill is like 30-ish thousand, 39,000, I thought. So this does add a little bit of extra to it. I'm not familiar with this putting out wood beams, which is kind of the distinction between like the smaller sawmills and the larger sawmills, is that the larger ones will put out wood beams, the smaller ones won't. But they tend to cross over on the 3 other types, the planks along planks and the wood beams. So one of those where I like it. I think it's cool. 2 megabytes is not that intrusive. The price point's a little bit high, but I mean, overall, you're kind of paying for the extra flair on this one. So if you're kind of looking for like that kind of backwoods kind of looking operation here, I think this would be a good one to kind of go after. So yeah, I would download this one. What's up?
So this one does your planks, your long planks, your wood beams, wood chips, and furniture.
Furniture. So
Oh
it
no,
does. It throws in.
not furniture. Your walls, your prefab. Sorry.
It does do the walls. So this basically mimics the large sawmill.
Yeah.
Oh, well, shoot. I mean, if this is, mimicking a large sawmill, then sign me up even harder. Absolutely. Holy
I
smokes.
haven't.
What's that?
He said I haven't installed it.
Can I click the download any harder? BB, what do you
Right.
think?
Yeah, I would agree. It's the extra capacity it's got there definitely makes it much more worth it. I don't typically need a sawmill because I don't do much woodworking, but next time I look for a sawmill, I'll probably download this.
She, what do you think?
Well, this is one of those things I don't necessarily need it on my farm, but where do I sign up? Can I get this in a constructible form?
Oh,
That would just be
man.
amazing.
That would be pretty sweet.
100%. Will, what do you think?
No, I already told you what I thought. I already have it installed.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I absolutely love it.
All right.
And I also like how you can open up the doors and actually go in.
Yes. Yep. 100%. All right. The last one for the 23rd. We got through it all. The manure plate with extension. This is by Cuxon. 0.51 megabytes to download. $10,000 to buy. I mean, it's a little manure plate for your farm. Nothing more to say too much outside of that. I mean, yeah, I would install it for not even a megabyte. Why not? It gives you another option for hooking up your manure. But yeah, it's just one of those. Not too much to say about it. So yeah, I'd download it. ISG, what do you think?
I would definitely get it, especially if they allow more than just 90-degree rotations on it. So I can get a little more precise on placements with some of it. But yeah, it would be definitely very functional, good aesthetic to it. Definitely something I would try.
That's actually a very good point. I didn't think about the whole rotation clipping. So yeah, definitely would be interested in that. BB, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, 0.5 megabyte. I'd probably download it and stick it in my mod folder. I'm sure there's plenty of other manure heaps on the mod hub that are similar or possibly better. There's not much to this, just concrete texture. But for how small of a file size it is, it doesn't hurt to have it around.
And Will?
For me, it's not bad. It's definitely a really small megabyte storage. So there's that. I mean, would I use it? Probably not, because I already have the ones I like that I use. But it does give another option out there. For it being less than a megabyte, I think that's fantastic.
All right. So that was the last one for the 23rd. So BB, what was your favorite for that day?
I don't know. We've talked about so many now. Let me double check here. I think I want to say the Pekin Master 30,000 heavy duty one. Either that or the John Deere planter. That's what I'm kind of torn on between those two.
Gotcha. And ISG, what do you think?
Oh, definitely got to go with that John Deere planter. That one's got the most practical use out of everything that was listed for the day.
And Will, what was your favorite for the day?
So I'm torn in 3 different directions. So first one is the Farmer's Rickety Sawmill. That one definitely has me torn in multiple different directions. Find it here. The other one would be the Peason Python Master 3000 heavy duty, or the John Deere DB 120.
And for me, I think it's going to be a split between Swadheim by DS Power and the River by Ian. That is one of the very first times where I can say that I was genuinely excited about Deco, which is the river. So yeah, I'm happy about that. The map though is definitely up there as well. I did enjoy it. So yeah, I'm gonna split it with those two. All
And
right.
we did get a couple map updates.
We did. But before we do that, I'm going to touch on the John Deere 561R Premium Round Baler by Custom Modding. That one did receive an
That wasn't my
update.
phone.
What's that?
I said I was going to mention that one too.
Yes. So I ended up actually downloading the update prior to this whole thing coming out. So now that it's here, so glad that it's here for all platforms and whatnot. But the changelog reads: added custom 150 and 180 size bales, added the Giants Renown drop deck and the Demco Steel drop deck, and added auto loading capacity for the custom 561R bales. Added the Giants Anderson Hybrid X compatible with the custom 561R bales that also retain the ability to wrap all the base game bales. Increase the working speed of the baler to 15 miles per hour for a per real world feedback. Improve the bale drop animation and the bale handling animation of the accumulator. Added the capacity to the silage additive on alfalfa. Added the ability to bale alfalfa, corn stalks, and soybean straw on maps where those can be produced. Added the option to choose between decals for MPH and KPH. Added the options to install a slow-moving vehicle sign and various visual fixes and improvements. I believe also one of the improvements as well was the ability not to go through a whole field's worth of bale wrap in about 2 seconds. So yeah, was very excited when that all kind of popped up and came back into the mod hub. So really happy about this one. Now moving on to the next day here, we had a update for Munsinger Alb. This one was changelog 1.0.0.1, and that read: no new save game necessary, main yard bale storage collision fixed, main yard feed trigger optimized, visual adjustments, agricultural store window added. So I did the update video on this one and went through kind of these in step by step. Some of these were not necessarily the most straightforward ones for me to cover. Agricultural store window added. What I think that one was a kind of open and close window of time for the actual store. I think that's what that is referring to. I could be wrong, but I again think that was what it was. The main yard feed trigger optimized. Hey, fine and dandy. I'll take their word for it. As well as the main yard bale storage collision fixed. Again, not too specific as to what collision was fixed about it, so nothing that I could have tested there. But overall, seemed pretty good on this one. BB, do you have anything to add to this one?
Nope.
ISG, what about you? Anything to add?
Nah, nothing to add on it.
And Will, anything to add?
Nothing.
Moving on to the next one, we have the map Gestal was updated. And this one was changelog 1.1.0.0. This, yes, console release was the big one. This map, go check out the map tour that I did on this one. Wow. Absolutely amazing map. Loved this one. BGA 1.5 megabyte quantities fixed and collisions resolved. Minor bug fixes. Hay dryer can also accept dried hay. You got the clover and alfalfa have been harvested and are now growing back. Textures improved. Lods of some trees adjusted. Ramp at Shamirda farm fixed. Straw decorations improved. Triticale rye, winter wheat, and winter barley are built into the grain mills. Sounds adjusted. Animal dealer sell point fixed. Background edited. Fixed grain silo fill trigger at Schmarden Hoff. Yeah, again, did the update video on this one, and everything looked solid. There was a couple of things that kind of caught me off guard. The clover and alfalfa have been harvested and are now growing back. No idea what that was referring to whatsoever. I thought, well, gee, maybe there's like clover and alfalfa fields that are in like different states of growth kind of thing. But when I checked out the map, not a single field had clover or alfalfa. So I'm not sure what that is regarding whatsoever. The hay dryer, again, go look at the update video because that one was a bit funky. So it will allow you to put in hay, but it will not allow you to put in like bales of hay. So bales are a accepted method, but it's only for your straw bales. Let's see what else I want to cover. The ramp at the Samirda, I'm not sure exactly what ramp they're referring to. I took a few guesses around the farm there to kind of figure that one out. But it seemed like all the ramps seemed to be fine. They had the collisions in the proper places. Nothing seemed to be clipping through or anything along those lines. So again, going to take them at their word. And then, yeah, everything else seemed pretty okay. Again, go check out this map. It's absolutely gorgeous. One of, if not the most highly detailed maps that we have there. And what I mean by that is there's a bunch of different features on this map, such as bridges, tunnels, train tunnels, car tunnels, a whole 9 yards that are available on this map. The different levels of elevation are just absolutely incredible. Go check it out. Do not sleep on this one. ISG, anything you want to add to this one?
Looks like I need to go download this map and take a look at it. As a fellow map maker, I can appreciate some quality work.
Oh, I tell you what, this one really took me off guard. This is a map where I had to fly by as fast as I could because there's so much detail. There's so many sell points. There's so many. You can look at the map here on the second screenshot and you can see just all the kind of main points of interest on this map. Highly concentrated in the southwest corner. You got some on this kind of the eastern front as well. Like, this map is just ridiculous, and the amount of ebbs and flows, you know, hills and undulations, twists and winding turns that you go through on this map is just incredible. BB, anything to add to this?
Nothing major, you know, like especially the update, you know. Awesome, that's on console now. I don't recall seeing this one previously. Look at the screenshots; it looks awesome, and I'm definitely going to probably download it next time I'm looking for a European map to check out. With the mountains look really cool, stuff like that.
One of the other things that really kind of took me off guard with this map, like I can't speak highly enough of it. And what really caught me off guard is where you kind of spawn in at. You spawn in on the southwest corner of the map inside the town there. And there's so many like streets that kind of change elevation levels and stuff that it's actually extremely disorienting. Like, you have to sit there and study exactly where you are in the town, and what you think one road is going to take you down, it actually kind of shifts and kind of bobs and weaves all throughout the kind of town kind of thing. Yeah, it's one of those that it's not just a kind of straightforward, okay, let me take this road to here kind of thing. You got to sit there and like really kind of understand where you're going before you get there kind of thing. Will, what about you? Anything to add?
Well, I think it's fantastic. It's on consoles now, so everyone can play it. My other thing is that, see, usually I'm not disappointed because this is a 1.3 map. It's 1,325.82 megabytes of download. So that's 1.3 gig. You can see where every little bit of that goes. If my PC was up and running right now, I would run it and install. I would install it, and I would definitely play on it. But for for being on console though, it's very high, and it would take a lot to dedicate that much space to a map like so.
Oh, absolutely. This map is definitely one of those that's going to be a hog on resources. But there are definitely some of those things, I have pointed this out many times, where even on consoles, console players need to be willing to open up their, you know, quote unquote, their wallet in order to get certain things that are just game changing. And this map is like the next level of things. This is one of those kind of, I don't know if this is like based off of real life or anything like that. I don't think this was based off of real life. I think it's kind of loosely based, kind of Bavarian, Australian, kind of landscape inspired. Yeah, there we go. So yeah, it's one of those where the map itself isn't necessarily based off of real life, but it is probably one of the best kind of, you know, quote unquote fantasy maps that I think we have in game. You know, this would be one of those kind of maps where I would put it in the same vein as a map from, say, like Oxygen David. Not in the realism kind of thing, but that kind of feeling that you get when you're on it. Like you're just like almost kind of breathtaking kind of map. So I'm gonna stop kind of shilling for this map and how much I enjoyed it, and move on to the next one called
I'm just going to
Polyscene.
say I just finished downloading it and I'm checking it out now.
Well, in real time, tell us what you think when you get to it. But Polyscene, this is changelog 1.0.0.2, and it reads: fix some misplaced objects and added multi-angles. Not too much to go over here. The misplaced objects, not sure what those objects were, so nothing really to go into depth about. The multi-angles, that one's really nice. Really like the ability to have multi-angles on really any map, because it just makes the workers be able to kind of go off in whatever direction you want them to go without necessarily being constricted to, you know, the kind of preordained kind of angles there. BB, anything to add?
I just want to point out the map on this one. It's kind of cool with this big river that goes kind of north to south, kind of separating the two sides. Kind of unique. Obviously, the update, sure, I'm sure it works the way they said it works.
What about you, ISG? Anything to add?
Nothing to add on it. It is a pretty map as it is. Can't wait to get on there and actually explore it a little more in depth.
Will, what about you?
Nope, I got nothing to say.
All right. The next one we have is the Esserts. This is changelog 1.0.0.1, and it reads: shadow quality corrections. Fix the animal triggers in the pastures. And that's it. I mean, this one, again, this is one of those maps that I was highly impressed about when I did my map tour. Really enjoyed not so much the quote unquote town area, the kind of center point of the map, but what really kind of caught me off guard was the northern part of the map and the southern part of the map, because of the kind of mountains and stuff. And in particular in the south, what caught me off guard on this one was the kind of built-in cow pasture that is on the southern portion of the map. I thought it was just a really cool kind of thing. You can see like the river system that's there kind of bisects the whole cow pasture in that area. Just very pretty in the south, very pretty in the north. And again, it's kind of like that kind of built up farmland in the middle of the map there. So really enjoyed this one. As for the changelog, shadow quality corrected. I'm not exactly sure what it was that it was referring to, so I'm going to take their word for it. And then the animal triggers in the pastures, again, going to take their word for it that all that is set up and ready to go. ISG, anything to add to this one?
Nah, you've pretty much said it all.
And BB, anything to add?
Nope, not near.
Will?
Nope, I got nothing to add. And I know that was the last map for all platforms I got updated. There was one update I wanted to go over just briefly, real quick,
Let's hear it.
and that was for the small Barndominium from Lycus. It changed on 1.0.0.1. New wall material brick, which looks fantastic. Doors opened inside, so because if I remember before, like the doors used to open outwards, now they open inwards. New epoxy floor in garage looks absolutely fantastic, and new decorations. So
Awesome. Yeah, I mean, Icus, is just absolutely killing it when it comes to the mod front, especially with like the houses and barns and all that stuff. I mean, just adding this just adds that next level deeper to this particular mod. Love it. Absolutely love it. BB, anything to add?
Nope.
ISG, anything to add?
I just can't wait to slap a new one of those down on my farm and check out the new textures.
Oh, they're fantastic.
All right, moving on. We've got the next day here. It's the Low Loader, and this is for the 22nd. This is by DDOM, 8.61 megabytes to download, $15,000 to purchase. So taking a look at our kind of closest comparables here, we've got low loaders. This is what considered a triple axle. So probably closest going to be is the Load King Renowned Drop Deck there, 59.5 is going to be the price point. This is $15,000. So right off the bat, you're saving an absolute metric ton of cash right off the bat. You're talking, what is that? About 45 grand almost, and 9 megabytes to download. You know what? Sign me up for this one. I don't use low loaders that often, but getting that kind of savings right up front for a triple axle that we could get in base game here, I will sign up for this one. Absolutely. BB, what do you think of this one?
I want to point out the first screenshot shows it hooked up to the Heiser truck. So assuming that the trailer is high enough to hook up to the Heiser truck without having to use super strength, that is a big plus. I personally will not use it because I have my own mod pack that has hookups for Heiser truck and has a flatbed that I'd probably use instead.
Gotcha. And what about you, ISG? What do you think of this one?
I downloaded it and tried it out. Nothing special about it. It's just a low loader. Yeah, it's a pass for me.
Fair enough. Will, what do you think of this one?
It's gonna be a pass for me. The only low loader that I use mainly is one from Custom Modding, the Landau. So
Gotcha. All right, the next one we have here is the Deutzfahr Series 6 TTV, 23.25 megabytes to download. This is by MSW. And we're talking in price point starting out at $125.5 for 156 horsepower. And yeah, looks pretty good. Let's check out, this is what, medium tractors. So we're talking right here, and a 156 horsepower. So we're going to be, right there, right off the bat at the Massey Ferguson 7S. That's 149.5 for that one there. And it's going to have 155 horsepower. So again, making our comparisons, $125,500 for the Deutzfahr. So you're going to save just shy of 25 grand. 156 horsepower for the Deutzfahr as compared to the Massey Ferguson. So you're going to get an extra single horsepower, and it's only 24 megabytes. So overall, I would download this. I mean, I'm not a huge like Deutzfahr fan or anything like that, but this would be one of those where, this does give you a little bit of a discount for roughly the same amount of power, and yeah, gives you just a little bit of something extra. And the one cool thing about Deutzfahrs as a whole is they tend to go a little bit quicker than most of the other brands out there. So you want a little bit of extra speed, a little bit of extra power, and a little bit of extra savings in your pocket. Yeah, I'd download this. Why not? BB, what do you think?
I'm on the fence. It definitely seems like it's a nice mod. It's got a lot of cool configuration options. I don't generally download a lot of just, I won't say basic tractors, but if there's not something kind of unique and a little flair to it, I just usually use base game tractors. I don't currently use interactive control, but if I did, it'd be nice to use something like this that has interactive control and animations for all the doors and stuff like that. But for now, I'd probably pass.
I gotcha. ISG, what do you think of this one?
It's definitely something I would download and give it a shot. Not a huge fan of the brand, but the one pictured in the black paint, that is fantastic looking. I'll definitely give it a shot.
Oh yeah, the Warrior Deutzfahrs are absolutely spot on. That's the one thing. If they just dropped everything else and just went the Warrior, oh yeah, it'd be a pretty beauty tractor right there. Will, what do you think?
for me, I'm not a huge fan of Deutzfahr. I don't use it enough. So this tractor would be a hard path for me.
Alrighty, moving on to the next one. We have the VaderStat Rapide A800 SBD by DS Power, 31.46 megabytes to download. Got ourselves a little seeder here, $159,500 to buy, 31,000 liter capacity, and 3,100 liter capacity, and 1,600 liter capacity for fertilizer. You got an 8-meter working with and 240 horsepower required. Then you also have a multi-fruit version of this for the same price, same literage for your kind of your inputs, same working with, 240 horsepower required. It's just kind of the multi-fruit differential there. So looking at our seeders and 8 meters, yes, 8 meters I'm working with. You're talking about the Cokerling Ultima 800 at 8 meters working with, 275 horsepower required, and 4,000 liter capacity. So checking it out there, we're talking $159,500 for the VaderStat as compared to the 181. So this is going to save you a little over 20 grand right off the bat there. So that's nice. The capacities, the Cokerling takes 4,000 liters compared to the 3,100 that this one takes. Plus it does do the fertilizer, which the Cokerling does not do. And you get the same working with, 275 horsepower required for the Cokerling as opposed to 240 for the VaderStat. Plus, you also get the multi-fruit variant of this one, so that is really nice. And now I believe what that is referring to is not only is this going to plant your seeded crops, but it's also going to plant your planter crops as well. Will, do you confirm or deny that?
This one, I believe, just does seeds.
Even the multi-fruit?
Just does. Oh, I didn't even see that one. The multi-fruit. I mean, if it's a multi-fruit, it probably does everything.
Yeah, that's going to be my guess. More than likely, what it's going to do is going to do all the plantable crops minus potatoes. Typically, potatoes, for some reason, are left out of these multi-fruit planters. So that's going to be my best guess. So overall, for 32 megabytes, you get basically 2 versions of this particular planter. You save money. You keep the same working with, you require less horsepower, and you have a multi-fruit variant if you really want to go kind of really all out there. I say, why not? This is going to be a good one to download, whether you want realism or you want the kind of, little out of the box kind of craziness here. This will be a good one for you. Let's start with you, ISG. What do you think of this one?
Oh, it's already downloaded.
All right, BB, what do you think?
Probably a pass for me. I don't know. It's definitely has its benefits. I don't generally use the smaller things like that 6, 7, 8 meter. So I'll probably pass on it. The multi-fruit's nice to have if you are interested in doing stuff like that. I do use multi-fruit seeder planter combos sometimes. I would play super realistic like we talked about a little bit ago. So that's nice to have. So it's definitely worth looking into. I don't know if there's any other really good multi-fruits that are this small on the mod hub right now, so that's a good point for this.
Gotcha. And Will, what do you think?
Well, for me personally, I don't use Vader stuff enough to install it. I mean, for people out there that like that kind of seeder and or planter that does everything. I mean, you have to install the packs to be able to get it. Or if you just a diehard VaderStat fan, then it's here. But for me, it's gonna be a pass. So.
Gotcha. Now, one thing I'd be curious about with this as well is this a direct drill or not? Because the Cokerling that we were comparing it to is a direct drill. So you can just seed directly into it. You don't need to cultivate or do anything prior to the actual planting portion of it. If this allows you to do direct drill, then that would be, you believe it is. So yeah, then that's pretty much in every way is much better than what we have in base game. So moving on to the next one here, the Silo Pack. This is by Wexy 4.13 megabytes to download, and we've got a manure plate with a capacity, I think that's what, 1, 2, 3, is 2 million liters, and a slurry tank for 5 million liters. 1, 2, 3, 1. Yeah, I think that's right. I mean, it's a manure plate and a slurry tank. I mean, you're talking, yeah, why not? It looks good. I'm sure it functions. It looks like it might have a fill plane on it for the slurry tank. If that's the case, then it's definitely worth a download, in my opinion. For less than 5 megabytes, why not? It's definitely kind of an interesting kind of style to it. I've never seen anything kind of quite like that before. So yeah, I would download this. Why not? BB, what do you think of this one?
I think I'll pass on this one. I'm not really using slurry or manure too much, and I'm sure there's lots of options on the mod hub, but nothing really stands out with this for me.
Gotcha. ISG, what do you think?
I would get it just for the slurry tank. The manure plate I could pass on, but the slurry tank is pretty decent, and I do like the look of it. It would actually work good on some of my farms.
And Will?
So the only reason why I would get this, even if I did, would be for the Slurry Lagoon, because it actually has a fill plane, which is nice. So I don't know. I just can't stand those Slurry Lagoons that are already filled, even though there's nothing even in it. So to actually be able to see it when like filling is fantastic.
Couldn't agree more. Next one we have is the Volvo BM Valmet 2105. This is by Certarud. 24.37 megabytes to download, $51,500 to buy, 163 horsepower for this particular tractor. So if we take a look at our small tractors here, let's see, 163 horsepower is going to put us in, really, this is actually more towards a medium tractor. It's not really small power material. Let's see. Okay, closest one we got here in base game is the Fiat 160/90 DT, $63,500 to buy, and 160 horsepower for that particular tractor. So again, the Volvo here is $51,500, so you're going to be saving about $12,000. Very nice. And you're going to get an extra 3 horsepower out of this. So for an extra 25 megabytes to install, you got yourself a nice little tractor here, a little Volvo Valmet. Yeah, I'd install this one. Why not? It offers you a little bit of a discount for an older style, kind of boxy looking tractor. And as I mentioned before, I like that. I like that kind of older school kind of box style. ISG, what do you think?
I downloaded it and gave it a shot. It's pretty good for what it is. A good price tag for the horsepower. Definitely get it.
BB, what do you think?
I'm actually going to say yes on this one. Like I mentioned earlier, I don't really usually go for the older school stuff for the small tractors, but something about this one kind of hits different. I like it.
What about you, Will? What do you think?
I mean, for me, it's to be a pass only just because I don't really use Volvo tractors. I mean, the only Volvo thing I really use is there's a semi and Willow. I never really got into the Volvo tractor, so I mean, for me personally, it's gonna be a pass though.
Gotcha. Next one we have is the Mercedes-Benz Actos 20 Series South America by Farm Central Soul. 54.64 megabytes to download, $117,000 to buy, 450 horsepower to start out for this particular truck. So if we take a look at our comparables here, let's see. We've got, let's see, what was the horsepower is 450. So, probably going to be closest to the, well, yeah, probably going to be the Volvo Electric is probably going to be the closest one to this one. $145,000 to that one, and 450 horsepower is required. So same horsepower. The price tag for the Mercedes is a little bit cheaper. We're talking about almost 30 grand cheaper for the Mercedes for the same price point, but that download size though, 55 megabytes for this one. Personally, for that file size, it's going to be a hard pass for that. it being number one, Mercedes, not a brand that I'm like absolutely crazy about or anything like that. Two, it being a South American style of truck, so it's going to fit on very specific maps. It's going to be hard pressed for me to find the occasion where I would even begin to start to use this, let alone anything along those lines. So it's going to be a pass for me. BB, what do you think?
Also, going to be a pass for me. I will say it does look like a very well-made mod. I know it's South American styling, and um, that turns some people off. If you don't have the Mercedes-Benz DLC, and you want Mercedes-Benz, this is awesome as an option for you. I'm sure you could set it up somehow to be less South American looking. But personally, I have the Mercedes-Benz DLC. If I want a Mercedes-Benz truck, I'll just use one of those.
You know, that's a very good point. I didn't even think about that one. ISG, what do you think of this?
I actually downloaded this one just to give it a shot, and very pretty truck. If you put the adjustable suspension on it, it makes some very cool air sounds as it's raising and lowering. So it does have some nice little quirks to it. Not something I would use regularly. Definitely designed more for the South American maps than anything else. But if that's your type of play style, absolutely go for it. If not, go ahead and pass on it.
And Will, what do you think?
Well, it's a beautiful truck. The only way I would actually use this is if I was playing on the South American map. But other than that, it's gonna be a pass for me.
Fair enough. All right. Backtracking to the chat here real quick. We got Ken says, just another sawmill. I don't need or want it. You know what? I completely understand that. If you're not big into woodwork, then yeah, this probably would not be a mod for you. Also says, if it's John Deere, WillT will want it. LOL. Oh yeah, 100%. If it's green, it's his. That's 100% accurate. All right, moving on. We got the.
Before you do that, real quick.
Sure.
So here's my review on that Gestalt map.
Yes, yes. Let's hear it.
All I got to say is I'm not worthy. Very beautiful map. Their
right?
Details, everything that they handcrafted and put into this is just fantastic.
Are you taking notes?
Yes, I am.
All right, so I am not the only one given the praise to this particular mod. So yeah, definitely go check out that map. Again, Gestalt is now available for all platforms. Go check it out. Do not sleep on it. Like I said, if you're into the kind of, you know, nice hills and undulations, you're not interested in like the kind of flatter style maps, the squared off fields or anything like that, you want something with a little bit more bite to it, that's going to be the map for you. All right, moving on, we got the Sin Track. This is by ITS and is 65.37 megabytes to download. And yeah, for those who are not familiar with this, it's kind of a whole system for tractor and the kind of attachments and all that stuff. So starting out with the actual machine itself, $350,000 to buy, 420 horsepower for that particular one. Now, this one here is kind of a unique scenario because it's more of a kind of telehandler slash like front loaders kind of thing. It's kind of weird. Like it's almost like a hybrid kind of machine, as best as I'm aware. Now, again, y'all keep me honest on this one. I've not really dove like too deep into this one, but this is really kind of like the total package machine kind of thing. Am I kind of accurate in that kind of statement?
I'd say you're pretty close. I use it.
Yeah, you're 100% accurate.
Yes. So for this one in particular, I'm not going to try and bother doing a comparison or anything like that because this one is really just kind of in a league of its own. It's like if you were to try and compare it to anything, like you could compare it to anything from basically any category. So it's one of those, at the end of the day, it's got so many bells and whistles, so many things that can go along with it. For less than 70 megabytes, all the kind of adapters and support tools and all this extra kind of stuff, it's actually kind of worth it to kind of have this whole like all-in-one kind of system thing. Now, again, it's one of those where it's gonna fit very specific styles of play, maps, and all that kind of stuff. But at the end of the day, it's kind of cool. It's kind of a cool little system. Basically, think of the Nexat pack, that kind of specialized set of machinery. But for this one, in my opinion, it's kind of more universalized, something that pretty much anybody can use, to where the Nexat is like so hyper specialized that you're only going to be able to use it on certain maps. You're only going to be able to use it in certain areas, kind of thing. It's going to be one of those, like, this can work pretty much anywhere for the most part. So this is, I think, worth a download, but again, it's going to be really highly dependent on the individual as to whether or not they think they're going to be able to utilize this fully. We'll start with you, BB. What do you think of this one?
I love this mod. I've actually been using it the past week since it came out on my save game, as I'm currently taking a little break from modding for this week. So I've been playing this a lot this past week. I played with it in 22, and I will say the 25 version is missing one really important piece. 22 had this adapter that could swivel as you turn your wheels, and that was really great for mowing. For some reason, that was not included. I'm not sure if they're still working on it, if there was some kind of issue with how it works in 25. But I will say, as it is currently, I like it a lot. I have the it has this like third axle, fifth wheel attached around the back, which is kind of fun to tow around. It does sit a little high, so it's kind of hard to hook up to your trailers. But other than that, I really like modular stuff, so it's kind of tickled my fancy, and I've had a lot of fun with it this week.
Absolutely. And it's got such a good power to like tractor ratio that it can do a lot of stuff around the farm.
I was just gonna say, I forgot that it is actually a large tractor, but it's really more medium tractor like sized and frame size, which is nice.
Yeah, 100%. ISG, what do you think?
Oh, I've been waiting on this mod to come out. I've enjoyed the heck out of this tractor in 22 and haven't really dabbled with it much yet. I do have it downloaded. It is something that I will get to messing with as soon as I'm get to the next stage of break from working on the map I'm working on. But yeah, it's definitely something I plan to play around with. Couldn't wait for it to come out. Glad it's finally here.
And Will, what do you think?
Well, I mean, I never really used this mod 22. I used it once. I did not like it. So I don't think I'll be using it again. The only nice thing about this vehicle is that you can actually really do everything from inside the cabin now because of the Mercedes-Benz DLC. Because if you have that enabled, you have a whole like above 360 degree camera, and you also have a backup camera as well.
Nice. All right, moving on to the next one here. Actually, no, I lied. That was the last new mod for the I believe that was the 22nd. So, gentlemen, what would be your favorite mod for the 22nd? We'll start with you, BB.
100% the Syntrack.
ISG, what was your favorite?
I'm right there with him. Syntrack all the way.
And Will?
I didn't necessarily have a favorite, but if I did, it has to be the Silo pack.
And I will go along with BB and ISG. I'm going to go with the Syntrack. Absolutely. It's got all that bang for everything that you're going to get for it. So very happy with that. All right. We do have a couple. Well, I think we have a updated map for that day. It was Depholz 25. This would change like 1.0.0.2. And it was going down to the bottom. Says no new save game is needed. Hotfix for game freezing during loading. And that was it. That was just a quick little update. Not a big deal for review purposes, but certainly a big deal for those who are wanting to play this map. BB, anything to add to this one? ISG, anything from you?
Nah, I'm good.
And Will, anything from you?
Nope, nothing.
All right, gentlemen, that is the end of the mods here for this past week. Now we go kicking into the news. Will, are you ready?
I am. The very first thing I do want to start off. I don't think I had it shared. That was my fault. I was at work when I saw it, so I didn't have time to post it. um, but the one thing I was very, very excited for is something that Mods is actually working on. I'm actually thankful he's here. It's like a weight that you can hook up to the back of your tractor and you like haul it behind you. It looks like, yeah. Now, does that weight like have like extra like weight capacity to make compacting silos faster?
Yeah, so it doesn't actually it does have a little bit more weight than like the base game silage compaction, but it actually has some in the XML. It has some code that makes it go faster. So the quote realistic version has 3 different widths, and there's variable compaction speeds between the widths. Generally, the smallest one's twice as fast as the base game compactor, and then the biggest one is up to 4 times faster, which it's a good bit faster. It still takes a while if you have a really full silage pit. There's also an Unreal version that is like stupid crazy fast. I think DJ Goham did a review video on it, and he compacted like 2.5 million liters of silage in like 3 passes.
Wow.
And then there's also they
That's
have
insane.
they have a configuration for field work too, so they'll do seed bed preparation and grass rolling as well.
Dang, that sounds cool.
And if I'm not wrong, it's already with the Mod Hub team waiting to be tested.
Correct. Yeah, it's been pending a little over 2 weeks now with the Mod Hub team partial break. I'm not sure where we're going to see it, but it was technically sent in before they sent out their message about, oh yeah, we're going to look at everything at least once, and it's still sitting pending. So I'm not sure exactly what pre-test it might have had, but nothing on my end is updated. It's been pending since I want to say the 9th or so.
Yeah, I had one that was submitted before they sent out that message, and it's still pending as well.
I have one that was submitted 12th of November that just now went into testing this week. So yeah, the mod times are getting kind of crazy again, and this break isn't helping. So it's partially why I'm taking a little relaxing, this past week and this upcoming week, and then maybe come January, kind of hit the ground running with some new stuff again. But who knows what the mod times are going to do this month?
Well, we'll certainly buckle up and see what happens. Hopefully something happens over the next few weeks.
For sure. I appreciate you pointing that out, Will. I was actually just about to hop off. I'm glad I stuck around for a minute.
Oh yeah.
Thanks for having me on, guys. It was great chatting with you all.
Well, hey, we greatly appreciate you coming on with us. Before you hop off, do you want to tell anybody where we can find you or point us anywhere where we can go?
Yeah, I mean, you can find me on. I do have a Facebook page, BB Mods on Facebook. I have links on there, but I'm on Itch. I do early access on Itch. Everything I make right now is Mod Hub bound eventually, but I do post it on Itch first. That's usually, testing times between 2 and 4 weeks right now. So if you're on PC, early access. I also do have Discord. Kind of hard to link that, but I have links for it on my Facebook if you want to join my Discord, stay up to date on stuff.
Excellent. And any other kind of things that you're working on in the background that you care to share with us really fast before you bounce?
I have nothing started right now. I do have some small updates planned for some of my mods. My bigger new mod, I guess I'll tease here real quick, is I'm looking at doing a mobile PTO power station. The idea being you could pick it up with a forklift and or pallet forks or whatever, and set it down in front of a wood chipper or the uh, straw harness pelletizer, and not have to have a dedicated tractor. You can just hook that little machine up, kind of like a big generator, right? It's got a PTO hook up on the backside. So you set that down as cheap, and you can use that to run your devices that need to have power and not have to hog up a tractor.
Ooh, now that sounds really cool. I definitely would be down with that. But BB Mods, thank you so much for hopping on here with us tonight and sticking around as long as you did. Greatly appreciate it. Hope you had fun. You have yourself a fantastic rest of your night.
You too. Happy New Year, guys.
All right. Happy New Year. You take care.
Take it easy, man. Happy New Year.
All right, Will.
All right.
It's up to you, man. Land the plane. Let's do this.
Oh, we got a lot of news to go over though. So the very first one is actually from a new modder called Tier 1 Modding. He actually has his pending right now with Giants for all platforms, and it's a American style shed. It's got two ends with closing doors and one big open bay. I think it looks fantastic.
Ooh, look at that. Very nice.
So, I actually shared one of these earlier from him. Yeah, Gamer Designs. But this is from Gamer Designs. He has the American Flatbed Pack, which is making a return from F2, and it's and he posted it. The mod is already submitted to Giants, so
Very nice.
I'm actually excited for that. This next one, I'm actually very excited for. So this is by AN Design or AEN Design. So this one is a picture. The one right below that, it says Merry Christmas and Happy New Year. Actually shows them like dumping stuff into there because the whole roof opens. But the second post though is just what is he just explains what it is. So it's a Ella Albuquerque Veto Hunt M300 kilowatt heating plant. So you guys still there?
Yeah. No, I'm still here. I just was doing something in the background real fast.
Yeah, we're right here with you.
So I mean, this even from the pictures, this looks pretty awesome.
Yeah, being able to have like a little heating plant there, I think that's going to be pretty sweet. I presume it's going to like work kind of like the production chains would, where you pop in something and you produce either heat or electricity or something along those lines, and be good to go from there.
Probably it doesn't really explain it. As long as we'll find out. Yeah. The next one's from Mr. Hector Moss. He said the FS25 orchards and greenhouses have been submitted to Mod Hub. So this is a standalone mod, and part of the upcoming Carpathian countryside, which I believe is going to be a required mod for that. So, but it's coming as a standalone mod though.
Very nice. Yeah, no, it looks again looks really good. Looking forward to Carpathian Countryside. I think that's going to be another really awesome map. It was awesome in 22. Based on the screen shares that we've had up until this point, looks amazing for 25. But only time will tell.
Mm-hmm. At SIG, do you have anything to add with these or no?
You're doing an excellent job on them. If I come up with something, I'll let you know.
All right. Next one. Yeah, this is the other one from Gamer Designs. Basically, he's just talking about the flatbed pack coming from FS22. So I just shared that one, and then like 2 hours ago, he showed only been submitted to Mod Hub. So in this one, he just shows the customizations for the one trailer. So next one's gonna be from my 7 farm.
Oh,
So we are pleased to share with you some new screens of their new map coming up. This looks incredible.
looks really good. Almost looks like kind of like Pelinier vibes. Like the second screenshot here, where the bridge, the looks like either the
Yeah.
train is going over the river, kind of thing. I don't know. It has those kind of same vibes to me. But looks fantastic, and I mean, MA7 Studios makes sense of why it would look like Pelinier.
I mean, that does look pretty dang good.
Next one is going to be from Trailer Park Farm. Well, Trailer Park Farms is usually credited in mods that come to Mod Hub for for allowing the modder to use their stuff, but from them directly, they are actually this shed has been released on PC, but will submit a console version in the new year to the Mod Hub. So we got a cold storage shed coming from Trailer Park Farms.
Looks good. I mean, looking at the inside of the building here, you're seeing all the kind of wood structure in there, the strapping on those beams, nice little storage racking there on the inside. Looks absolutely massive. You see the one of the screenshots here where it's got both the Gator sprayer as well as the big old semi truck with the liquid tanker in the back there, and it's maybe taking up half the space of the barn. I mean, that's an absolutely behemoth of a unit right there. So that's
Yeah, I was about to say
good.
that barn is absolutely massive.
So the features that come with this, just keep in mind, some of these features will be for PC only, which I will point the ones out that are going to be for. So you have new snow mesh on roof, light dusting when lightly snowing. That's for all platforms, which I think is going to look fantastic. Inside areas added. When your vehicle goes inside the shed, the sound changes and echoes like you're inside a building. Neat touch by giants. So
Nice.
I think that's really neat. Has lots of individual colorful meshes, so you can really color this building how you want. And that's all thanks to Thunder's Designs kit script. That's PC only, so that will not be coming to console. Outside lights that light up automatically at night. That's coming for all platforms. Seasons ready, which I don't know why we're putting seasons ready. But seasons is space game. Rain comes out of the downspouts just like my shop when it rains. Be on every one of my buildings to add a little bit more realism. That's coming for all platforms. Legacy Ag also helped with this building. And all of Legacy Ag's placeables all have rain coming out of
That's awesome. Yeah, I mean, more and more I hear about this, the more I'm excited about it.
And design configs on the building. You have choosing full concrete floor or more of a gravel floor. also side window panels options, and a weather vane option to have or not. So
Nice.
I'm very excited for that.
Yeah, no, without a doubt. Let's see. Real quick, want to catch up with the chat here. We got, let's see. Ken says, whoosh, darn it. Jumped out of my chute. LOL. We got Farmer Donkey. How you doing, Farmer Donkey? Hope you're having a fantastic night so far. Says, hello, BDD and WillT. Hey, Ken. Ken says, Farmer Donkey, what's up with the map I hear you're making? He says, LOL. And Farmer Donkey, did you check out Kiwi Sim stream yesterday? Donkey says, LOL, Ken, you heard right. Your map all platforms, Ken asks, and Donkey says, I'm aiming for all platforms, but as it is my first mod, we will see. Ken says, okay, cool. Yeah, no, definitely looking forward to what you got there, Farmer Donkey. Definitely gonna be checking that out in the future, one way or the other. And that's all I got.
Next one's to me from Icus. I mean, we cannot have a news video without Icus being in here.
I'm pretty sure up until this point that it's criminally liable that if we go without some kind of mention of Icus or Patty or insert a few other modders here and there, I'm pretty sure that we are held culpable for that.
So this was hi everyone. All platforms, American Shop with Office. I released 2026 probably for Patreon the next week or Sunday. What's new / change? Lyft moved workplace, to workspace. New shelves, new stairs, added kitchen and bathroom, new decorations in office, and new night lighting. So, if anyone is wondering, this is his big Midwest shop, his big one that he has on Mod Hub. You know, with like the big door, and then you got all those side doors, right? You got like the 4 small doors. Then you got the big door that leads in. You open a big door and it goes in. And then on the backside, you got the power washer, right? You guys know which one I'm talking about?
Yeah, I know.
Mm-hmm.
I enjoyed that building. It's nice.
Oh. Um, so this is going to be a complete separate mod because people didn't want him to update the mod as it is on Mod Hub. So this is a whole separate mod. So he took that mod and he added that front office building that he was working on to this. And he put a lift in there. He put a new staircase. He put new shelving. He put a bathroom. He added so much to this shop area, and like the brickwork along with the front door where it says welcome in the screenshot. This looks all fantastic.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Looks real good.
I would absolutely download that as soon as it goes live.
Right there with you.
Have all of his mods. So, um, next one is awesome. I guess it's all from American Midwest Shop and Office. So that's the new mod, not updates to current Midwest Shop. What's new? Lots of new textures, new lights, new pressure washer model decorations, etc. And large flowing doors up front. I heard that Hydro takes too much space. And rollers and roller doors and rollers are better. It's only games, so here it is. Why not? In shop, I had left 2 works in progress, so it's not final. Give me more time. So um that front office building, he's actually making that as a separate placeable. So you can attach it to any building, or you can just have it a standalone building.
Oh, nice.
So uh, oh yeah. this is more news from Mike. It's the exact same building, but it actually shows like part of the outside, and then it shows like the new wash bay, and
Nice.
that
That's kind of
looks
cool.
awesome. Then in the one screenshot, you can actually see the new floor, and you can actually see like the bolts with the metal. And then in a couple screenshots down, you can see like the nice brickwork going along. I'm very excited for this. So
That's ridiculous. Looks so good.
Yeah, it does.
so, and I'm gonna phrase it again. Uh, which funny because the next post actually says it too. That's said not everyone likes changes. So current mod hub version will stay in the mod hub, but this version he had completely redid. So this is gonna be a whole separate new mod. So,
Nice.
um, um, also new from Marcus. um, full to the brim of Xmas food or Christmas food, I guess.
Whoa.
So a new mod delivered to Mod Hub Q. Check out video of light animation. Garage for cars, lighting inside for automatic and manual inside. So price tag $20,000. This actually looks awesome. See, I would use this, but I would park like those antique tractors inside.
Well, now that I officially just gave myself a heart attack, holy smokes.
Why?
So I'm clicking onto the photos to show them off for the stream. Well, one of the photos, didn't realize it, is a video. And for
Yeah.
some reason, the audio is really loud, and I've got my headphones on. So, needless to say, when I clicked on it, I jumped about 3 feet.
And what did you learn from that experience?
I learned that I'm going to do it again because I
There you
literally
go.
did it twice because I didn't realize there was only like 4 clips. So, in the effort of showing it off to everybody here on stream, I'm trying to do my due diligence and just clicking through all the pictures. Then all of a sudden, second heart attack.
Oh, boy. This looks awesome, and I would definitely install this just to put buy like the main shop or like right out front, and then just store then put like the antique tractors in.
Okay.
So that's a new mom. Please, here you go. This from Schultz from Sluch's Modding. Merry Christmas, Happy New Year's. This is a new truck he's working on. It's
Ooh.
based off of a Peterbilt. He said that it's going to have the exact same options as his Peterbilt right now or his Blizzard on the mod hub. So,
Nice.
See, I can get behind that.
Mm-hmm.
this one's going to be from BC Builder Farms. Basically saying that a lot of people requested it and you want to put it in there, and he worked with OS Farms mapping and modding to basically add like this auger, this auger drill fill to the back of one of his grain bins. So basically, what you're gonna be able to do is buy the auger separate, back up, and attach it.
Oh,
So,
nice.
which I think is pretty nifty. That's me.
100%.
Definitely come in handy.
Now this one's from Custom Modding. This is their Tiger Mates. Their Kizage Tiger Mate 255. This is also So this was in FS 19, FS 22, and now FS 25 as well. Basically, you can use this as like your normal cultivator. You can also use it as so it's a cultivator. It's also an injector because you can see like the tank on the back. And custom modding said yes. He is working on adding pneumonia to the game for all platforms.
Okay.
So, and then you'll be able to hook up the tank to the back of this cultivator, and actually, while you're cultivating, inject ammonia kind of like a fertilizer.
Nice.
So,
Okay.
I think that's awesome.
Oh, 100%.
And then and Giants three Christmas giveaways. It's like a bag, something else. It's like a mouse pad. It's like a sticker thing and a cup, and then plus the year 2 season pass.
Yeah, it says cup, gaming pad, cap, hoodie, and scarf.
Yeah. So there's that. And yes, for anyone wondering, Giants will be back full swing. They have some scheduled releases. So there are more mods scheduled to release coming up. I don't know if it's going to be on New Year's Eve, or any time between now and then. I know on the 2nd, they will be back in the office. So Friday, they will be back in the office full swing. So
Nice.
I believe Friday is the 2nd.
Yeah, 2nd Friday.
That sounds right.
And news from ADA, AgriDesign Officer. I said, long story short, like every year at this point, I'd like to say massive thank you for supporting us on downloads. Pictures and feedback to our mods throughout the year. So yes, there are exactly 4 mods in this post. One known, the other not yet. They all have one thing in common. They'll be released for download in Mod Hub next year. What do you think?
It's a mystery.
Well, I definitely think the loading wagon there. That's definitely got to be one of them.
Sure.
So maybe fireworks.
I was thinking the fireworks.
No idea.
Well, you got the piece
Probably
of equipment in there in the
vehicle.
background
Yeah,
too.
I'm thinking that vehicle as well. Maybe the traffic light.
Who knows? Let's find out.
Or it could be one of the buildings. We have yet to find out.
Right.
There's a lot going on in that picture.
The world may never know until we do.
Know.
Right.
Before we move on here, just real quick there, I want to catch up with the chat. We got, I believe I left off with Cody Sauter says, I'll be using this on the on my Iowa Plains map, referring to that kind of yellowish barn from Trailer Park. So yeah, that very nice, very, very nice. Cody, how you doing tonight? Hope you're having a fantastic night so far. We got Farmer Donkey says, I have not seen Kiwi stream. I will have to go and watch it. Ken says, it was hilarious with the power sliding on the wooden tractor. Oh my goodness. I could only imagine. Kiwi
Don't tell me things like
that. I can only imagine that being absolutely hysterical. Donkey says, why am I not surprised? Ken says, Kiwi Sim and the herd were on a new test map that dropped the other day. LOL. Oh my goodness. Yeah, no, I could only imagine the shenanigans that took place with that new tractor. That's all I got there, fellas.
The next one is going to be from MA7 Studio or from My7 Farmer. These are just more screenshots from their map.
Looks so good. So good.
I know.
Absolutely. Not into European style maps, but that looks really good.
Oh yeah. Updates. Yeah, so this was the post I was referring to about Giants saying that they'll be back on this again. So, yeah, Matt, new news from MS Modding.
Now, just really quick, I got to thinking about it, and is it just me, or does it seem like they really took a short kind of break this go around?
It did seem very short.
Yeah.
Because like I remember last year and thinking like, man, like it was like 3 or 4 weeks. It seemed like they were offline for the most part, but right now it seems like maybe max of a week and a half, 2.
Almost 2 weeks.
Yeah. Like
Yeah,
just
so they're back like a week sooner than usual.
yeah. So, anyways, I just something I took note of.
From MS Modding. So he's working on an American style shed right now. That's gonna be for all platforms. He's still gonna be making UK style UK style mods, but he's specifically working on some American mods right now. One of them's a shed. This actually looks really good.
Looks real good. Yep, absolutely.
Yeah, it does.
Updates. And that's it.
Hey. Got through another AgriBusiness Tonight. Gotta love it. Oh my goodness. I tell you what. We had 4 pages, right? 4 pages worth of mods and all that stuff. And you kind of go through and you're looking to, like, I looked through it before going live and I'm sitting there like, oh, doesn't seem too bad. Here we are, it's 1:30 in the morning, and it's like, oh yeah, that didn't seem too bad. You know, future Dave yelling at past Dave.
Well, I mean, it's definitely a lot better than because usually it's almost like 2-3 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah,
I think last week y'all ran till like 3:30, something like that. It was ridiculous.
It's what we do.
Yeah.
We work hard so you don't have to. And the funny part is that here in about what is it? It's 1:38 my time right now. Here in about we'll talk about 6 hours. We'll say a little bit more than 6 hours. I gotta work.
Not me.
Have
I'm
fun.
off.
Yeah, I'm off. I'm good.
Ah, y'all are lucky.
Joys of vacation.
Mm-hmm. Well, I ended up going on vacation here this past week, and tomorrow's gonna be my first day back in the office, and it's like, I don't wanna. I've been enjoying taking the past week and a half off.
Yeah, that's going to be me when I go back. I'm going to be like, I don't want to do this anymore.
Can I just
It's how
stay
it
home?
always is,
Can
right?
I just stay home and get paid to do it? Like, what was wrong with this situation?
Can I bring back the COVID time frame where I was working from home? That was fantastic.
Mm-hmm.
Minus the COVID.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Minus the silliness, and then we're good to go. Oh my goodness. Yeah, no, but I mean, over the past week, we got some pretty good stuff over this past week. And I don't know if y'all have been paying attention to the sheer number of maps that dropped over the past, like 2 weeks? Holy smokes. Like, it's been next level. The amount of stuff that that's been going through the mod hub is just intense.
Yeah,
Like,
it's not. It's like they finally decided to get a crew in there to take care of some mods before the holidays.
oh my goodness. Like I'm trying to, let's see. Let me look at something here real quick. So the 21st? Yeah, the 21st. So we're talking here. So probably 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. 20 videos that I made over the past week just for map tours and updates. 20. Before that, it was 27. Like,
Yeah, and somewhere in there is mine.
yeah, oh yeah. And I mean, they've been really crushing it. Like they've been doing a really good job on getting all this stuff done and out. And I think it was to like alleviate some of the pressure that they put on themselves in prior years, to where it was not a whole lot going on. Then they went out of office for 2-3 weeks. Everybody's sitting there, it's stagnant, and then all of a sudden they come back and now they're starting to kind of chug along and whatnot. I think this kind of front loaded everything to where now there's this big, onslaught of maps and mods and all this stuff, and there's not going to be enough time in that 2-3 week span, however long they're going to be out for people to really start to be like, oh, we don't have anything fun to play. We don't have anything new, blah, 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 like all that kind of stuff. I think that was the whole premise behind these past like 2 weeks worth of just ridiculous amount of mods coming out. That's my conspiracy theory, at least.
It was either that or they didn't want to be backed up when they came back to work.
Yeah. I mean, it's that could play a factor into it, but it's one of those, like, I think they're gonna get backed up regardless. I mean, people are still gonna be submitting mods and all that stuff. Like I said, that's why I kind of like that little conspiracy theory part of my brain. It's like, are they just pushing stuff out because they hope they're not gonna catch the backlash like they did in previous years?
Plus, I also feel like it doesn't help that on what happened with Project Motor Racing.
Yes, that's that's wild, absolutely wild to read all that. And they closed down the Chicago office there, and that's nuts,
And they
absolutely
fired
nuts.
Kermit.
Yep. Well, I mean, that's the bummer, is you put your eggs in a basket and you're gonna run with it.
Yep.
Unfortunately, it sounds like they kind of dropped the basket and made a little bit of a mess.
Yep.
It happens.
Oh yeah, I mean, it's you miss 100% of the shots you don't take.
That's right.
But
did you get a chance to take a look at those images I sent you?
Ooh, I did not. Let's see. We're open chat.
I sent a direct message to you.
Oh, you sent to me. Where? There it is. Ooh, okay. Let's see. Do you mind if I try and share these real quick, or?
No, go for it. Absolutely.
Let me see if I can figure out a way. Ooh, that's looking sharp. How do I do that? Ooh, you know what? Hold on. What if I do this? If I save. All right. Fill the area there, fellas. I'm trying to get this stuff queued up. I might be able to just direct link this into. Oh, this is looking good. Okay, cool. And let's minimize that. Okay. I don't know if this is going to work, but darn it, I'm going to try.
Go for it.
Oh, I think it did work. All right, hold on. Now. Look at me go. It's like I know what I'm doing or something. All right. I don't know if this is in any sort of order. Let me share the screen again there real fast so you can see what I'm seeing. You can kind of describe what we're running with here.
Right.
Let's see that. Where'd you go? Where did it go? Share screen. Okay. Are you able to see my screen?
Yeah, I got it.
Perfect. All right. Go ahead and take the wheel there, ISG.
All right, this is a new map I'm in the beginning stages of working on. I finally got some productions down, got multiple train systems running. One is strictly for your grain, while the other one handles all of your lumber, your pallets, and everything like that. And you can see both of the trains right there in the screen. The grain train, this map is highly encouraging you to utilize both of the trains for transporting of goods. Because you can see right there, the grain train is right next to the oil mill, and there's a trigger right there on the tracks, so you can unload the cars directly into it. And if you look right there, right before the sawmill in the background, there's a train platform. Okay, that's the potato factory. That right there. Yeah, that's where the platform is in that big paved area. There's a platform there. All of the output from the sawmill will spawn on that paved area, and then there's a massive pallet storage building right there as well that'll hold 1 million units of every palatable item in the game. So you can just load that thing up, unload it there, and then load directly onto the train. You can even have your productions distribute to that facility as well.
Now, I'm totally looking forward to the first time I get on this map, loading up these train cars with the wood bunks, loading it up so high that they get clobbered out of the bunks because it hits the bridge above it.
Good luck. There's more clearance on that bridge than you think there is. Now, the bridge that train is heading towards, that's another story. That one barely has enough clearance for those cars. Go ahead and go to the next image.
All right. Next one. Bam. Wow.
Yeah, look at the length of that train.
Wow.
That train does not fit on the map. I believe there's 170 cars on it.
Oh, wow. That's bonkers.
I'm not sure how many are on the other train, but you literally cannot see the beginning or the end of the other train as well from that angle.
That's funny. I love it.
But I did make a route so people can get around the trains without having to get stopped by that, especially the long one. Because that one takes upwards of 3 minutes to clear a crossing.
Wow. That's nuts.
Hey, I had fun with this.
Oh yeah.
It was even more fun. It was even more fun getting both of them functioning.
Oh, I bet. I bet you that created some headaches.
Oh yeah. All right, go ahead and go to the next one. Here's a little better angle of the sawmill area.
Mm-hmm.
You can see a little bit more details in there. You also got this is like the large industrial area of the map where you have your concrete factory. You got a little debris crusher with a lime station next to it. And you got the sawmill in the back. And if you look all the way behind the sawmill, you'll see the grain mill up there on the hill. And then if you come back towards the productions, you have a canning factory and a potato factory. There you go, those two. Behind those is the sugar mill. Yep.
I tell you what,
So,
I'm getting excited. Like this is looking good. And it's not
and
often
wait till
that you
I finally get vegetation on the map.
Oh yeah. it's not often that you get to see map makers really tackle like multi-train like projects. The only other map I can think of that has multiple trains on it is Goldcrest Valley. That's the only other one I can think of.
Yeah, and I wanted the trains to actually have a purpose, not just to go across the map. I wanted people to actually be able to use them to load their productions and to actually transport the materials from one production to another.
That's awesome. I'm looking forward to that.
Go ahead and go to the next image.
All right, next. Whoops. Next one.
Okay, and this is where after you get all of your materials from the lumber yard, from the sawmill, you can bring them up here because you have a paper factory in the back. Right there, yep. Right next to that is your carpentry. And up here towards the front is your cooper. So you'll be able to bring all those materials here. And the area that you can't see that's behind the camera right here is all going to be forested areas for harvesting, to bring your trees to this area to load the train and send them down to the sawmill.
Oh, nice.
Then if you look across the road there, you have your grain silo for you to be able to load the train from. I do plan to put collectibles on the map, so you have your grain elevator museum right next to it. And back behind that is the cereal factory. And behind that is the BGA.
Very nice.
All right, and go ahead and go to the next one. I think the next one gives a little better view of the, yeah, so right here you can see for the sawmill loading, you can see where the train comes to one side of that bridge. On the other side, you drive your trucks on. There's a trigger in the middle to unload from either.
Okay. Very cool. Yeah, no, I like the fact that you're going to be utilizing like the trains to be able to actually load into the production points. Like that's not something that you see very often.
And all of these methods have been tested and are fully functional.
Oh, nice. Tell you what, y'all,
Yeah.
we got some good stuff to look forward to here over the next several months.
Yeah, I'm probably, if I had to take a guess, I'd say at least 3 months out from getting this finished.
Gotcha. Oh, I tell you what, Will, are you excited?
Oh yeah.
And if you want, you can go ahead and load up that image that I sent for the top-down view, so people can kind of get an idea of what the layout looks like.
Yes. Let me grab that. There we go. Ooh, nope. That's not. And let's see. Save. Okay. Do that. And bam. There it goes.
There we go. All right. So you can see there's an extensive road network going all around. Some of them are paved, some are going to be gravel roads, some are going to be dirt roads. It's going to be a good assortment in there.
Yeah, that's looking really cool. Like now that I've kind of got some like further context as to what it is we're looking at here, that's really cool. Like the dual trains, the road network's really intricate. Like now, out of curiosity, I see like little green dots up here in like
that's ignore. Okay, that's I have a bunch of farmhouses just placed right there that I haven't actually put where they're going. That's just a camera icon. This was taken in the editor.
Gotcha.
And yeah, and what those are all, I'm gonna actually place those throughout the map on purchasable properties. So you'd get a farmhouse with the property.
Oh, nice.
I've just got to figure out where they're probably going to be some type of lakefront property. I'm probably going to use them in that town area that I'm going to have. That where they are, that's a strip of road right there. It's going to have on one side, it's going to have like some stores, things like that. On the other side is going to be residential with lake access there.
Okay. Oh, tell you what, Hope everybody's excited. I'm sure excited. I can't wait for this to pop up in the mod hub and it's like, ooh, map tour time.
I can't wait to hear your feedback on it.
Either that, you're going to be cursing under your breath. It's like, oh, this BDD guy, he has his opinions.
Yeah. Now, as far as the Riverbend, the aftermath goes, I do have an update planned. I'd want to kind of throw a few more minor touches in before I submit it. It will require a new save for the updated train, but if you don't care about the updated train, keep playing the save that you're on now, and nothing will change. You'll be good to go.
Ooh, awesome. Okay.
Yeah, no, I think it's funny he's here now because I mean, BDD knows about this, but before my PC broke, I was actually currently working on a map. I'm waiting to get my new PC, so whenever I do, I can finish working on my new map.
Very nice. Yes, yeah, this is only about 3 weeks worth of work that I put into this so far.
That's wild. And considering like 3 weeks got you up to this point, whew, that's awesome.
Yeah. I haven't really started doing any decorating. Only thing I've done is place some rocks like in the canyon where the train runs through and along a cliff edge right next to the road. Okay. Those are the only places I've really done anything as far as decorating, just because I had to get that area fixed up so I could get the terrain right around it.
Nice. Nah, like I said, this just based on this kind of high level overview, the screenshots we've seen up to this point, like you can just see like the potential is right there, and ooh, I think it's gonna be a fun one.
Yeah, any fields that I put on that the hill right there, if you look to on the western side of the map, you see that hill running right there? Yeah. If I put a field on that, you're going to have fun. Because that thing's got some slope to it.
Ooh, nice. You know me, I love my hills and undulations.
Oh, they're definitely there.
Love it. But I tell you what, y'all, it is now going on 2 o'clock in the morning, my time and Will's time. I had a blast, absolute blast here tonight. Thank you all so very, very much for coming out here, watching the show. ISG, Insane Sim Guy, do you want to tell us where we can find you?
You can find me on Twitch and YouTube and Facebook, all under Insane Sim Guy.
Excellent, excellent. Any kind of shout outs or anything you want to do before we get wrapping out?
Mainly to you for inviting me back for this session here. This has been a lot of fun. Greatly enjoyed it. Look forward to future ones.
Excellent, excellent. So glad that you came on and had so much fun here. Real quick, gonna check out the chat just really fast. Says Ken says, ISG, are you able to enter those houses? Question mark.
Unfortunately, those are base game houses. You're not able to enter those. I'm trying not to include any additional mods or things like that into my map because I want to make sure that everybody has access to it, especially those on console. Because I want to make sure that they can bring in the mods that they want, not the ones that I want.
Fair enough. Fair enough. We got Farmer Donkey says 3 weeks. I need to get off. I need to get your work. Get your workflow. LOL. I tell you what, 3 weeks. That sounds like the dream right there.
Well, I mean, I've been off work for almost the entirety of the last week, and that's when I did most of it.
Wow. Gotta love it. Got to love it. But again, ISG, thank you so much for coming out here and tonight, hanging out with us. Will, as always, thank you for your co-hosting. Greatly appreciate both of you for stopping in. Big shout out to BB Mods for stopping out here tonight and hanging out and doing everything that we did here tonight. Hope you all enjoyed this week's installation of AgriBusiness Tonight. If you did, please show all of us by liking, sharing, subscribing, following, commenting, doing all the things the algorithms enjoy you doing. The shows you're engaged with this channel and enjoying the content. And that being said, I hope everybody has a fantastic day. Take care. Guys, we'll see you on the other side.
All right.
Yo, hit the dirt and fire it up. It's that hard cause grind. BDD and WillT dropping knowledge every time. From the mods to the maps, from the brands to the tools. If it's FS talk, you know they breaking all the rules. We talk giants, we talk gears, we talk that horsepower. Late night mod drops, we got that creative power. From interviews with legends to spotlighting the new, we bring that FS fire straight from the crew to two. Living life behind the wheel with a digital twist. Ain't no button we don't press, no trend we ever miss. Updates, leaks, and future plans. We got the inside scoop, no chance for scams.